Kairania.
Check. Okay. Hi, afternoon everyone. Welcome to UXTalk seminar, More Than Visuals. Thank you so much for being there this afternoon. I'm so excited being moderator in this great event. First, I will introduce myself. My name is Kamila Sabrina Maura Hafidh. You can call me Kamila. It's okay. For the first, I will convey the rules. Well, guys, for the first, audience must not turn on the voice or must be mute. Second, audience may not press the share screen button. Third, if you want to ask questions on Google Meet and YouTube live stream, you must use the hashtag ask for blah blah blah. Okay? Got it, guys? And I will put it these rules on the chat column so you guys can read it. Well, today we're pleased to welcome Fajarian Akhra, a very special welcoming entry. With that, I ask you that you give your full attention to Rian Akhra. Well, Rian Akhra already joined. Okay.
Hello. Thank you very
Hi.
much.
Thank you so much.
Hi.
Time is yours. Good
Okay.
luck.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning or afternoon or evening or night to all those present here. How are you today? May we all be in the good health. My name is Rian. I am the general chairman for this UX Talk event. I would like to welcome all of us who were present at the UX Talk international event organized by the UGM Comatic organization. This event will discuss topics around human-computer interaction and also user experience by great speakers who are experts in the field. They will provide knowledge, experience, and new insights to all of us so that our capabilities are even better than before. I would also like to thank and very high appreciation to all of us, especially the speakers, moderators, and all of the committee who have worked hard to make this event success. I hope this event can broaden our horizon and broaden our relationships. Thank you very much. and good luck to all of us. Thank you.
Well, guys, for our first speaker, we have Miss Kairania Qalbi. We will hear the expert opinion about how academic perspective about HCI and UX. Well, for Miss Kairania Qalbi, time is yours. Miss
Um,
Kairania.
okay, hello
Okay.
everyone.
Yes, time is yours.
Um,
Good
okay,
luck.
um, let me share it first. Um, okay, hello everyone. Um, my name is Kairania Kalbi, and you guys can call me Nia for short. I'm from Universitas Gadjah Mada, and today I'd like to share a bit about ACI and UX in academic setting. First, I'd like to apologize first because I'm currently having some trouble with my voice, but I hope that you guys can hear my voice clearly. But if you don't, please let me know, okay? So, first thing first, if you could, please go to menti.com and please enter the code 932572 because I'd like to hear about your thoughts regarding human-computer interaction, and it should be like this. Um, the screen should be like this. It shows what comes into your mind when you hear the term human-computer interaction. Um, some of you say that human-computer interaction reminds them of interface, aesthetic, or user experience. How about the others? Can you please tell me? Because I'd like to know about your thoughts. Smooth, peripheral. Okay, that's kind of uncommon. Seamless, cognitive analysis. I like that because it is something that I've been working on. Convenience, user-centered, right? UI interface, ergonomics. Yes, through intuitive experience. Wow. Um, Used by human, absolutely sophisticated. And there are other words which are still related with human-computer interaction. But I think that none of you say that human-computer interaction reminds you of psychology and neuroscience. Because actually, when I first heard the term human-computer interaction, the first thing that came into my mind is psychology. Okay, I think we'll continue. Well, one of you mentioned psychology. We'll talk about this. Why this human-computer interaction word remind me of psychology. So this is a brief intro about myself first. My name is Kairania, like I've said before. I'm currently on my third year of study at Psychology Universitas Gadjah Mada. And this is how I describe myself. I've always wanted to be a scientist since I was in high school. So I study psychology because I really like to learn neuroscience. I like to understand how people behave that way, what drives us to do something. I'd like to learn about human brain, and that's why I also interested in human-computer interaction because it is related to my major, which is psychology, and my concentration, which is neuroscience. And this is here are the achievements that I obtained on the past 1.5 year because I started my competitions journey on my third year of study, if I'm not mistaken, and most of them are related to UX and HCI. And I was also involved in several projects and research related to human-computer interaction and neuroscience. You guys can check it on my LinkedIn. And here is the quote that I really like about human-computer interaction, or specifically visual design. It said that it is more than just visuals. Design is intelligence made visible. And I agree with that because I think that visual design is something that is acquired through a complex process, acquired through scientific methods. You just cannot create something, let's say a product, then you give them to people and then expect them to understand how to use your product that easily, because we know that people have different characteristics and personalities. We know that several people might not be as tech savvy as others. That's why we have to understand how humans think, how they behave, how they perceive technology in order to study human-computer interaction. And this is about what is HCI. So human-computer interaction is the study of interaction between people, users, and the computers. So there are human factors that are essential in learning human-computer interaction. For example, human perception, cognition, recognition, motivation, and attention, and we'll talk about it later. And then the technical aspects or the technology and the interface that bridge the human aspects and technology. As for me, because I study psychology and neuroscience, I focus more on the human aspects. And this is the distinction between UX and ACI. Some people ask me what is the difference between UX and ACI. And if you look for the definition on the internet, for example, a lot of people say that those two terms are overlapping with each other, but there are a few characteristics that distinct UX and ACI. For example, ACI term came long before UX, and ACI is usually associated with something which is more scientific, um, more more like traditional ACI, more academic compared to UX, which is encourages agility and is seen as something more modern. But like I've said before, those two terms are overlapping with each other. But based on my experience in competitions and doing research and projects, UX is usually encourages you to be adaptive and agile. While for HCI research, it encourages the novelty in the research itself compared to user experience. So I think the more relevant term for me is ACI compared to UX because I focus more on the academic setting. And these are the related majors or related disciplines regarding HCI. And as you can see my major here, psychology. And that is the reason why I really want to study psychology the first time, since in my major covered all of these topics with the exception of computer science, engineering, and information security, absolutely, since psychology is located under social science major. But for discipline like cognitive science, ethnography, ergonomics and human factors, sociology, social psychology, and design, um, we got quite strong fundamental in those related disciplines. Well, if you are a psychology student. And this is the example of research in human-computer interaction. So I think this one is quite interesting because this research utilized a quite fancy tool called EEG or electroencephalography to measure user state or task classification. So EEG is a tool to record the electrical activity of human brain. That's why it is commonly used in psychology, neuroscience, and ACI research. And because today's theme is UX and ACI are more than just visuals, probably I'll explain a bit about neuroaesthetics. So neuroaesthetics is an implementation of neuroscience in visual design. And this is the example of the research in neuroaesthetics. So here are the results when people are exposed to three different paintings and they have been asked to rate those paintings, whether it is beautiful, neutral, or ugly. And then the MRI scan results show that different regions of human brain actually show that and related to their interpretation about visual design. For example, if an individual rate painting with as beautiful, certain areas of human brain is active, but it is different when other people rate it as ugly, for example. That's why understanding neuroscience really help you to know and understand how humans perceive visual design. And I know because it is sometimes very scientific. It looks fair and sounds very complex. And I actually had some trouble explaining what is the real life implementation of HCI, why it always sounds very academic thingy, very hard to process. what's the real implementation of it in daily life. Um, and this is the example of how I explain it to my friends and family. Um, these are the most famous e-commerce here in Indonesia, which are Shopee, Tokopedia, and Bukalapak. But among my friends, which are university students, one of them really stands out, and it is Shopee. Why? Shopee is very interesting to some users and very stands out because they implement gamification in many of their products. For example, like Shopee Tanam, where you can grow something and then you reap what you sow, and Super Goyang Shopee, where you can shake your device at a certain time, and then it will give you coins and other prizes as the reward. Gamification like this is something that retain the users. It makes the users come back. But even though we know that there are other options available as well, for example, like other e-commerce, which are as good as Shopee, in my opinion. But some people keep using Shopee over and over again because they got hooked. They are motivated to use this platform over and over again since gamification helps the users become retain and also increase the engagement. So they become motivated in using the app. And some people already asked me before uh, why you choose psychology, what are the related courses that help you study human computer interaction, because in Indonesia there are still very limited options of studying HCI here in Indonesia as undergraduate degree. That's why I choose psychology, and the reason is because I can also understand more about human factors and neuroscience. And studying psychology also gives me a very deep and strong understanding in research because if I'm not mistaken, I got 5 or more related courses related to research. For example, qualitative, quantitative, experiment, and non-experiment. And studying that helped me to conduct usability testing, design the experiment and stuff. That's why psychology students usually have a very strong background in conducting research because we basically got 5 or more courses related to that. And also cognitive psychology. This is basically neuroscience, how we can understand about human brain, psychology of art, how can human perceive visual design and music and other um, um, shapes of art, and psychology of emotion, how human can feel when they interact with our products, and behavior modification. This is very interesting course since this course taught me about reinforcement and punishment. You probably have heard that before. So this reinforcement and punishment is also used in human computer interaction to help the behavior of the users so they become motivated or retain in some way to your product. That's why they keep coming. That's why they keep using your product over and over again. And cyber psychology, it helps me understand how human or how users interact with technology and internet. Um, Actually, there are a lot of courses, other courses that are related to human-computer interaction and UX, but I think these 6 courses are the most relevant and the 6 courses that came into my mind when I think about HCI. And yeah, in my major psychology, we learn about human brain, basically. For example, how human can do the process of perception cognition, how human can see art as something aesthetic, how they can perceive visual design, and what is the complex process that happen in their brain. That's why we study about perception and cognition. And then attention, how users can be attentive while using your product. What are the strategies that make them being attentive or increase the attention of human or the users while interacting with your product? And then what motivates them, what drives them to use your product instead of other similar products, for example. You learn about the personality of the human, the characteristics, their background, what drives them to get them what they want. That's why motivation is important. And also emotion, we study about how they feel when they interact with our product. For example, do they feel a certain emotion? Do they feel frustrated when they cannot accomplish a certain task that we give them, for example? And all of these aspects related to human-computer interaction. And this is psychology of design. I learned it on psychology of art course as well. Um, it say that different colors have different interpretations, and different people might perceive each color as different as well. For example, like why most meditation or psychology apps have blue color as their primary colors, because blue is a well-known color that is known to be to brings feeling of peace and calmness and trust. That's why most psychology apps use blue as their main primary color. And in this course is also discussed why most of the entertainment platforms like Netflix and Spotify use dark interface. Why dark or black interface is always associated with entertainment apps, because every color has a different interpretation to human. That's why we have to learn it in order to understand them better. And this is my undergraduate thesis. Actually, it is related to Gestalt. So in Gestalt theory, it is something that is very commonly discussed in user interface design. It is it teaches me that human actually perceive something as a whole. That's why when you are presented with these black shapes like this, you see no familiar shape, it is meaningless. But when it is arranged in some way, it turns into a familiar shape that you instantly think this pig looks like a panda, even though the white space here is actually not a shape, but it is a gap. But human mind fills the gaps because we tend to perceive something as a whole rather than just its parts. That is something that we learn in Gestalt principles of Gestalt psychology. And I'm not going to tell you much about Gestalt because you basically can find it everywhere. But this is the one of the example of Gestalt law, which is similarity, and that's why in designing the interface, you just cannot design it this way because it will cause the cognitive load of the users become very high, and we know that good design is something that is no need to think of. And when users interact with our product, they usually just scan. They don't spend much time looking at the elements one by one. That's why designing the buttons like this is wrong, since the users associate two buttons are something similar, and it is prone to mistake. That's why using the law of similarity, the buttons can be designed in like this. You can make those two buttons really different between the edit and remove. And it will also decrease the cognitive load of the users a lot because the users don't have to think that hard just to differentiate the edit and remove button. And this is the example of that design, and looking at the perspective of human-computer interaction and neuroscience, and neuroscience principles that I've learned in psychology of art. Why? Because the elements here are too overwhelming, too confusing. It competes with each other, and I can easily get distracted. And one of the other bad thing is it took me around 6 seconds just to find the search bar right here. That's why a bad sign, since as the users we need a very high cognitive load just to think about that, just to find a search bar. And using the law of Gestalt psychology or Gestalt principles help improving this design to something which can be easily perceived, therefore become more user friendly. And this is the example of good design. This is the site that I really like, which is Unsplash. My number one source if I need a free HD pics. And I think this is a good design since the design is really straightforward. They know that the users go to this site to find free high resolution photos. That's why the search bar is presented very large here, and it is presented at the center of the page. And They also give us the options of the classifications of the photos that help us as the users become easier to find the photos that we really wanted. That's why I I think it is a good design since it is really straightforward and it is not overwhelming and confusing compared to the previous design that I presented to you guys before. And I guess that's all for now. Thank you. And you can find me at linkedin.com/in/Kairania or at other platforms. My username is Kairania_. Thank you. I'd like to hear about your thoughts and your questions soon at the end of the session. See ya.
Okay, Miss Kania, please don't turn off your cam first because, guys, at the time now, and I would like to give some greeting and small talk with Miss Mia and also Miss Sabrina first. But I would like to say for Miss Mia.
Hi.
Okay, sure, is that good?
Yeah. This week is a tough week, I guess, since yeah, I have to deal with
Topic?
other works as well. But I'm good.
Okay, stay healthy, yeah. Anyway, how do you feel for being the speakers for this great international seminar? Especially we're talking about HCI and UX.
I feel honored. That's why I'd like to thank Komatik UGM
Hmm?
and you guys as the participants for being here. Thank you.
Okay. And I heard that during your college years, you have won numerous international and national competition. Um, I want to know which one is the most challenging and memorable competition for you that always
Um,
stuck in your mind all days and always costing you?
I think all of them are interesting, and each experience taught me to learn more about ACI and improve day by day.
Mm-hmm.
But I maybe the most memorable one was my first UX
Oh.
competition. It was
Mm-hmm.
Gemastik by Kemenristek Dikti. It was my first UX
Mm-hmm.
competition in my second year, I think.
Second year.
And
Oh.
yeah, and the
Okay.
one held by ACM in
Mm-hmm.
Hawaii, USA. I think that's the most memorable one for me.
Yes. At that event, you have won as the runner-up of AZM, right? For the undergraduate level
Yeah, yeah,
at the Hawaii. Wow. So you
yeah.
goes to America
Should should
alone
have been
by
conducted
yourself?
there, but
Oh, wow. It's
because
great.
of
It's awesome.
COVID, yeah, unfortunately I couldn't go there because yeah, the event canceled, but the competition was
Mm.
still held online.
Okay. Oh, online. See.
Yeah,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Anyway, you are the most outstanding student of Faculty of Psychology, right? What year it was? At the
This year,
this year?
2020, but I got the
Oh,
title
awesome.
um in 2019
Mm.
last
Oh
year.
my God. So you just like you have a passion in UX and you want to become a researcher since you're senior high school, right? I see that your explanation at your presentation. But here I see that you have a really great work, or you have a really great progress for yourself to being the most outstanding student for that. Do you
Yeah.
have any? Do you have any? What's that? Difficult thing that face you to reach that progress?
Um, I think I kept mentioning why I chose psychology because I love neuroscience and HCI to you
I
guys.
see.
But
I see.
actually, the hardest thing I've ever encountered was actually
Mm.
during my first and second year of study. The courses in psychology were not
Mm.
really related to HCI, so it's like studying so many things at once. You have to know computer science. You have to
Yes.
excel in psychology and other
Mm.
stuffs as well. That's why it it feels like hard for me to balance it all.
Mm. Okay, I see. But you still have a passionate to being a winner in every competition. Okay,
Um,
I can see that. Well, thank you so much for Miss Mia for
Thank
having a small
you.
talk with me. And end of the session, there will be a Q&A session. So please stay here and thank you so much for your great presentation. It's so inspiring. And for the next, thank you, Miss Nia. And for the
Thank
next,
you.
I would like to please welcoming for Miss Sabrina Anggraini. Hi, Miss Sabrina Anggraini.
Hi
I
everyone.
will. Hi. How's your day, Miss
Very, very
Sabrina?
great. How about you?
Very great. Okay, I'm great too every day. Well, guys, Miss Sabrina Anggraini is a co-founder of Natuno, right? Natuno,
Yes,
yes.
yes. Yep,
Natuno
not to know.
Design Lab. Okay, Miss Sabrina, before we go into your presentation,
All right.
I would like to have a small talk with you.
Sure, sure.
Okay, because uh, our two speakers in this first session is so inspiring for me, especially Miss Sabrina. Okay,
I mean,
I would
thank
like
you.
I would like to know how you feel for being the speakers for this great international seminar.
How do I feel about participating
Yes.
here? Yeah,
Yeah.
well, thank you so much. First of all, I'm very honored to be here, and thank you so
Mm-hmm.
much, guys, for spending your Saturday. I know you can like just have fun, sleep, and stuff, but you guys decided to join and learn a lot more from this event. So yeah, I hope that I can share to you guys. I think Nia has shared more about the academic side, while I
Mm.
may share
Yes.
more about the professional side, where I
Mm.
would tell my experience from working in a tech company as a UX designer until building my own consulting UX firm. So I hope it will be useful
Mm.
for you guys. So yeah.
So Natuno Design Lab is a firm about UX too, yeah, Miss Sabrina?
Yes, yes. Right.
Okay. Also, you have a passionate about UX too, right?
Yeah, of course. If I do not have passion, I wouldn't have be here, I guess.
Okay. I heard that you also won international tech competitions at
Yeah,
Manchester, London, and then
thank God.
Palo
Yeah.
Alto. I already have some research about you, and many more. What year it was?
My role.
Yeah. That you also won international competition. What year you also being the winner at that side
Oh,
when you still being college at
yeah.
UGM or after graduate?
Yeah, some of them was when I was in college,
Mm-hmm.
and one of them when I went to Manchester was when I already worked at my previous company.
Oh,
Yeah, so
yeah.
I think it's not impossible if you guys already graduated or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Okay. It's so inspiring. So you also have a hobby in traveling, right?
Yeah.
You like traveling? You love
Additional hobby.
traveling?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, if you want to know more about Miss Sabrina is a Putri Indonesia Riau. Putri Indonesia Riau at what year? 2000
June
and
last year, 2019.
okay, 2019. And then
Yeah.
you also became TV host of Jejak Petualang, right?
Yeah, the travel
Okay,
show in Trans 7.
And work at Traveloka.
Yes, right.
okay. Is that about your hobby? You like traveling, so you really want to being Putri Indonesia, TV host Jejak Petualang. It's all about
Mm-mm.
traveling. It's all about what's that? Indonesia. It's about traveling. Why you become so love with travel?
Well, I think partially because I previously studied at Jogja, which is so
Hmm?
easy for me to go anywhere. And I think that's the first time I
Yeah, I
kind of
see.
with Jogja, right? You know, you can
Hmm.
ride motorcycles, you
Right,
can
right,
like
right.
go to the beach or the mountains very easily. So yeah, and even though my main profession and focus is in the UX and entrepreneurship,
Hmm.
I believe that yeah, I'm grateful for my experience in the travel industry as well. So yeah, I hope that it can answer your question.
Oh my God, it's really inspiring things for me because I love traveling too, but
Yeah,
I
wow, that's
can,
great.
but but I can what's that? I can go to the beach every weekend. I cannot do that. I cannot do that because yeah, I still in the college
Yep,
and
yep.
full of what's that? Full of
Assignments, yeah, I can
yes,
understand.
assignment and then like that. Okay,
Yeah, it's up
well,
to you to find the time.
okay, Miss Sabrina,
Yep.
this is your time to your presentation. I hope you like and I hope you enjoy your presentation. Thank you so much for the small talk. And time is yours, Miss Sabrina.
Okay, so thank you, Kamila, for the lovely introduction. So, hi everyone. I'm going to share to you guys my screen. So, yeah, my topic today, I will be sharing about a career in user experience. I hope you guys can already see my slides. Yeah. Okay. So, allow me to introduce myself first. My journey. How did I start in UX? So, as Kamila have already gave a quick introduction, I studied computer science in Gajah Mada University and then continue working in Traveloka. Then as a freelance product designer, and currently I am the co-founder and CEO of Natuno Design Lab. I will tell you guys later after the slides. So the background story: how did I started in UX? So I was a computer science student, and I was actually thinking, what specialization do I actually want to master, right? Because in computer science, you will have data science, programming, a lot of things, and I'm searching for a field that might interest me. It still needs to be in the IT space. So I think so. What I did during my university days is that I joined competitions from local faculty web competition in which a few times I didn't won. You can't imagine how sucked my design was at that moment, right? And then until I grateful enough to participate in international competitions. This one is with some of my seniors, where we created a few apps, and I participated as a UX designer, UI UX designer. The term was that at the moment. And well, yeah, as you can see, the perks of being in the IT industry. When we were competing in Palo Alto, we accidentally meet Tim Cook. And one funny thing is that when we asked him to take a photo, my friend took out an Android and he actually said, wrong phone. If you guys get the joke, right? Because we're not using Apple. So yeah, this is a few of my experience, and I'm really grateful that each of the competition actually introduced me more about the field user experience design. But I think one of the most impactful experience was when I was learning when I attended Traveloka after I graduated. I first work as a user interface designer, working on features such as the flight feature, and then after 1.5 years, I switch role into interaction designer. So it's more of the UX part, right? So when I switched role, I was more exposed to the research phase of the product design process. So I really learned a huge gap between what I learned during the university and in the professional world. And there's a lot of things that I will share to you guys in the slides. So aside of that, I also resigned from my corporate job because I knew it from the beginning. I wanted to be an entrepreneur. So after I resigned, I became a bit intermezzo. I became the TV host of Jejak Petualang, a travel documentary which is held in the national TV station Trans 7, while becoming a freelance product design consultant. So I was freelancing at the moment. But at the moment, I also set up Natuno Design Lab with one of my co-founders in which I met in Traveloka. So along the way, we set up this firm. And by the time we believe that we can fully focus on this, finally, we kick off the user experience firm and launch it publicly. So what started off as something that we do freelance, and when we learn a lot during our role as a UI UX designer, we launched Natuno Labs. So we are basically a user experience firm where we help businesses such as Flick Cinema. There's a lot of mid-sized startup or early stage startup, or even government institutions who wants to go to digitalization. So we help these businesses to achieve their goals through better product design. Some of our portfolio, aside from Flick Cinema, was Pintu, one of the cryptocurrency app, which we help the early stage of the product design. And then something that's currently on the go and already it's about to launch soon is Indorelawan. So if you guys have heard, in Indonesia, this is the biggest volunteering hub. So we can see on the left, this is the old design of the dashboard that can be accessed by the organizations. And on the right area, it's our version of redesign. But I think you guys might have think, wow, this is like magic, to turn something on the left to something on the right. Maybe in the surface level, it may look aesthetic, but no, I think to emphasize what our topic today is, UX are not visuals, and I will tell you guys more about the process that I learned during my professional experience. So I think a few reasons why am I starting this user experience firm? Because first, I believe that there's a potential in the coming years. The digital space is currently growing very fast. It's growing rapidly. So even McKinsey had a report in 2016 saying that there's a 250 billion US opportunity in the digital space. They also said that 5 pillars that companies need to consider when they're going to the digital space. One of it is defining a customer-centric experience. So I think that's something that can be totally solved by product design. So there's a lot of opportunity in this field, and even government institutions want to actually make their traditional ways more digital, right? Or even huge sized companies that may come off as traditional because they are established since a long time ago. So that's why. And second of all, because I aspired to become an entrepreneur since I was quite young. But yeah, if you're young, you're not really sure what kind of industry you want to go. So yeah, I think by becoming an entrepreneur, it enables me to change myself from having an I-shaped scale, like having one sort of specific scale, into a com shape, which means that you have one specialization, but many other skills. If you're an entrepreneur, you are forced to learn about marketing, even finance, accounting. Recently, I actually joined a online course about accounting. It drives me crazy, but yeah, you have to do that if you want to understand and run a business, right? So I love the challenge, team management. So I think that's one of the reasons why I think that doing a user experience firm is one of the things that I'm passionate about, and feeling that from the team itself, we feel confident to actually move on, even though we're still in the very early stage. Okay, so we just kicked off last year and publicly launched early this year. So I want to tell you guys, like, what does a day of a UX designer look like? So I may not have those YouTube videos that I'm going to share to you guys, about a day in the life, but I think I can share you guys a bit few about what do we actually do. This is a mixture of my experience in Natuno and also my experience from the past, like from Traveloka or even from freelancing. Okay. So first, of course, crafting. So doing user experience design work. So in Natuno, there is like crafting the design, especially we are focusing in digital product design, right? So most of our time we are crafting the digital design, but we also created user testing, usability testing. So we don't really just design something and then it's finished, right? But we have to test it out to users. And then we also conduct user research, create a research plan. So this is the visualization. You can see at the left top, like doing like crafting, crafting the UI, and you can also do usability testing, or this is one of the pictures when we're doing some user research, right? This is one of my project when we went to Banten. We are actually working for the villagers there to create a service solution at the moment. So we interviewed people from the village and we do observation when they are conducting some activities there, if you can see from the slides. And then after that, we synthesize things. We kind of map out what's the possible concept and the flow and discuss a lot of things. And then after that, a lot of things are happening, such as doing some stakeholder interview when you are actually digging some information from the core team of the client. And then this is some interview from the user. At the very left top, you can see this is when we are conducting a user interview with some leader of the organizations, because the dashboard that we want to design for Indorelawan was actually targeted for these organizations. So we need to gain some insights from the perspective, right? So we do heuristic evaluation and then create the wireframe, the low fidelity, and then create the user testing plan. When we're doing user testing, we have to really plan it out, like what kind of things that we want to find out from this thing, what kind of insights, what kind of problems or errors that user might perform from this current prototype. And we also create the design after several iterations. So in the top bottom right, you can see this is maybe the previous version, where we iterated after testing, iterated until the final version. It's okay. So after that, this is specifically for Natuno, of course, because what I do on a daily basis is, aside from doing the design work, which a lot of them are also distributed around the team, we also do project planning and then daily stand-up, like updating the team, what is everyone currently doing, what are they doing, what they did yesterday, and what are the blockers or challenges, and then do coordination, I guess, most of the time. And then, okay, this is specifically a lesson for me too as an entrepreneur. We also, we also often do everything. Like I mostly do client relationship and pitching our firm because, well, we have to get clients, right? So we have to market our UX firm, whether it's through online or offline. So that's why I've mentioned in the beginning, being an entrepreneur is very interesting for me, because it pushes me and to learn a lot of fields, even though there's also a specialist in each of the field. But we have to actually basically know the general idea of how everything works to make everything more perform better, right? So that's a few of the what we do in a day. It's all similar with the ones in Traveloka. When I was a user interface designer, I focused more on crafting the design, doing user tests, but also collaborating with the stakeholders. And when I was a user researcher, I kind of like interview the customers, creating the research plan and everything. So this is kind of like a description of a day in a life. So, right? It also answers the question that it's more than visuals. So comes to the next question. how can we get started in this particular industry? So I think I'll have a few tips and tricks that I can share to you guys along some stories of my experience. So first off, I think what Nia has already told you guys in the previous presentation is that UX is not just visuals. As you guys can see, if you want to do a UX, I think that you have to first understand the big picture of the design process and how it shapes your design decisions. So I think most of you are already familiar with the term design thinking. It's actually a term that's founded by IDEO, a company, a consultancy company, design consultancy company in Palo Alto, based in the US. And Tim Brown founded this term. And I think there's a lot of versions of this design thinking method, but the point is the same, right? It's about first empathizing with users. You can see from the previous slides where you actually understand the product concept. What is the goal of the business? What is the goal of the users? What is the gap? And all those insights you have to really understand. And then you go to define, ideate, prototype, and test. But how do you actually get started in this industry? First off, I think what's super important for me is craft your portfolio well. Okay, so I think that portfolio is something that needs to be emphasized if that start design experience to see your design process more than your final output. This is actually just a very general example from back then, but it doesn't need to be this illustration, right? So I mean that by highlighting and final output, it's like this. You are most of the time, what I mostly see is that people just put the user interface design. Okay, I think it's aesthetic, it's beautiful, it's great, the color was great, but there's no process behind that. What you have to actually put in your portfolio is, first of all, what is this project? What are the users or target audience that is considered in this project? And then if you are more focusing on UI design, it doesn't mean that you have to put what's the research and what is the process of the concept and stuff. No, but it's more of just telling the recruiter that there's a reason as to why you create this particular design. Okay, for example, to give you guys an illustration, let me see this UI about healthy cooking meal. Rather than just putting this, the final UI, maybe you can give a consideration as to why do you choose to put beans over here, right? Maybe there's a hypothesis or research finding that says that the people are usually buy ingredients separately, and they need to know whether these ingredients are already accomplished. So this user interface actually helps them to checklist those ingredients. So that's, for example, that's a very random example, by the way. So I think the process kind of more important. But the next question will come: what if I'm a fresh graduate and I don't really have a specific project that made me able to do in-depth research? Okay, so I think first you can go to competitions, and then you can dig more about your design process, about the product, right? And then second, you can join internship. So maybe a little story for you guys, what I have not mentioned. When I was in college, I did an internship as a UI designer in one of the biggest crowdfunding platform in Indonesia, Kita Bisa. Maybe you guys are familiar. And during that moment, I already also shared my process. I learned a lot in that experience, and I shared my process of one of the features that I helped build in my portfolio. So second, you can join internship. And then third off, if you do not have not joined competitions or haven't joined internships, you can create dummy projects. So dummy project is kind of like just create a project kan in Indonesia, like for example, when I applied to my company in previously, I also created a music app, which is a project, and which I also mentioned. But I also shared the brief process, right? Maybe at the moment I just know the general idea, the brief process about why I come up with this design. That would be one of your ways to actually make your portfolio. And lastly, I think that you guys do initiative to actually share your thought process. For example, if you are applying for, let's say, an e-commerce, maybe before you come to the interview, you can do an analysis about their current app, maybe like do a heuristic analysis, UX analysis, or even you can do a quick user interview to several of their users and gain some insights. Because I think as recruiters, they would be interested to know what another insights or input for the product. But I think that's not the point. The point is that you told that there is always a consideration before you create a certain UI or design. So I think that's some tips how to make your portfolio. And so you have to really understand the big picture of the design process and how it shapes your decision. So for example, in Indorelawan's website, this is the general idea of design process, right? I think for every project, the design process doesn't have to be super fixed. You have to do this and this method. No, I think the method is very flexible. It will depend on the scope of your project, the timeline and stuff. So I think understanding more about design thinking and design sprint and then the lean startup would be very helpful for you when you are starting the career in UX profession, especially in the industry, because it helps you guide, it helps you tell the teams or stakeholders that you have this thought process. Why do you make a certain design? And I think that's what's very important for a company or even a business to consider when they are actually hiring a UX, because the goal of the user interface design is, or the user experience design is, the business achieve their goals, right? So they will achieve their goal to product design, so it will be helpful. And I think how might you do it? You can actually just do it by joining a lot of courses. For example, my favorite courses is Interactive Design Foundation, interactivedesign.org. I think they have a lot of interesting and insightful courses that I wish I knew earlier when in my UX career. And it's every, you can also join communities. I think UX communities are already compared to when I was graduating university in 2016, so it was like 4 years ago, but it was quite different. And then you can focus on practicing your craft, right? So from your visual design skill, and then your review skill, and then your analysis skill, how to make insights that you've gained from the field work. For the user skill, and I think the devil is, it's not only just understanding the process, but it's your execution, right? For example, what are the challenges that I have already faced in the past was that user interview is not as easy as it looks. It's not just asking people and then you will get the answer, but you have to also observe. You have to also be able to provoke your respondents. Because, for example, when I was doing research for customers in Traveloka, most of them are coming from urban areas, and then they can already use the app, or non-user of the app, but they're a bit more tech savvy, right? But when I compare them with my experience going to Banten, and I just interviewed some head of the villages who lived in Banten and Lebak specifically, I feel there's a lot of challenge during that process, because sometimes the respondents only answers like, I don't know, and then like just one sentence like, they just gave us one sentence, and then that's it. We have to be able to prompt them, and we have to be able to like ask more and be able to dig more information. So I think that's a specific skill you can actually develop alongside your journey in UX profession. And in visual design skill, there are a lot of reasons why you need to use this design pattern. You have to understand design patterns, design principles, right? And crafting something is not just for aesthetic, but it's for making sure that your design actually solves the problem. So that's what's so important from visual design. And then, for example, you have to make sense out of the raw data that you probably retrieve when you are doing the field work. So that's about it. And for the career path options in the UX, there's also a role more of the managerial or specialist. The managerial will include designers who manage a team, but specialists will be more of a design strategist or the people who have a specialization, whether it's in visual design or also in user research expert. So I think that's just a brief picture. And I think you can also kick off your career journey in UX by having a mentor. Having a mentor really helps you be able to see the benchmark of how does usually UX are actually implemented, or like someone who can give you feedback. And if you're joining a company, you would definitely have a mentor, and you can do that by what I have mentioned earlier: do an internship, do projects, or join a like-minded community in the UX sector. So I think UX is a mixture of varying backgrounds. Maybe Nia has also shared you guys that she is a psychology. So, she came from the psychology major. So most of the time people ask me like, do I have to come from engineering background or computer science background? I think the answer is no, because in my experience in my team in Traveloka, most of them came from psychology. And then there's also one from journalism or even writing. Why? Because some of them also became product copywriter, UX writer, the popular term. So how words can help the user actually create good decisions through their digital platforms. So I think that the profession is very growing, and it's welcoming for everyone to actually dive into the field, as long as you have those in-depth understanding about the process. So yeah, I think the process to be able to comprehensively explore UX takes time. I think the reason I also wanted to start this firm is that I knew that I cannot just start this UX firm after I graduate, right? I knew that I need credibility. I knew I needed experience. So that's why I actually work in a company first, to actually gain experiences, to work on real cases, real product that are impacting millions of people. At the moment, I was so grateful to create things for the flight product. So, and then when I work as a consultant or a freelance, I was exposed more to multiple industries, from NGOs, from fashion, from financial technology, from a lot of sectors. So I think that UX can actually make a difference in a lot of businesses. And I think that it's a nice opportunity for you guys to actually explore it. So thank you. If you guys wanted to chit chat a bit more, you can email me at sabrina@natuno.design, or my Instagram at Sabrina Anggraini, or my website, Natuno's website actually, or my LinkedIn in Sabrina Anggraini. So I hope that we can discuss more in the Q&A session. So thank you guys, and that's all from me.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the great presentation, Ms. Sabrina. And I will remind the audience and also the speakers that at the end of the session, there will be a photo session. So audience and speakers also must turn on the camera at the end of the session. Okay, after our Q&A session. Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Sabrina. And I would like to read the question. Oh, okay. Before
Before I read the question, please let us know if you have any question, guys, by writing questions in the chat column according to the format. Use hashtag ask for Miss Nia or ask for Miss Sabrina. And the question just for 3 questions. And the 3 questions is for each speakers. Okay. Maybe I would like to read the first question. For this question is for Miss Nia and also Miss Sabrina. How to promote ourselves as freelancer in UX without related such as design background or degree? Is there any possibilities for people like us to be employed in a UX company? Okay, got it. I would like to let Miss Nia to answer this question first. Is the question clear enough, Miss Nia?
Nia, I think you are muting your.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kak.
Okay.
Sorry, pardon, can you please repeat it again since I couldn't hear you
Okay.
clearly?
Okay, the question, how to promote ourselves as freelancer in UX without related such as design background or degree? And is there any possibilities for people like us to be employed in a UX company? Okay. Well, Miss
Okay.
Nia, first.
Okay. In my opinion, it is very possible for you if you don't have any design background, but if you want to you excel in UX design career, because myself personally, I didn't start it from the UX design background as well. I originally learned UX research first because it is more relevant for me and it is still related to my major. That's why I learned UX research first, and then I discovered some opportunities and expanding my knowledge regarding user experience. That's why I learned about design and interaction design as well. But I think skills like visual design and research and other skills related to user experience are still possible to be acquired if you didn't come from related backgrounds, because I have a friend who actually came from science and technology majors, but they didn't know anything about user experience before, but because of the years of experience working in the UX projects and companies, that's why they can expand their knowledge and expand their skills regarding user experience. So I think it is not a matter of your background, but your skills and your experience in inquiring that.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Nia, for the answer. Well, for the second, I would like to let Miss Sabrina to answer the question.
Okay.
Time is yours.
So yes, very much so. I think that since design in Indonesia is relatively a new field, UX design, there's no specific major that will actually, when they graduate, they will be UX design. There's no specific major like that. And as I have mentioned before, a lot of people who are in the UX team can actually come from varying background, let it be psychology, engineering, or even outside of them. There's also some people with different education background. I think what's important is your portfolio. So even though you're coming from any background, you still have to create the design work. And I think it also depends on what kind of profession you want to enter. For example, you want to go more of the UI design, or do you want to go to more of the user research? So I think it's important the fundamental knowledge about both of these fields. And then I think that second of all, when you are also delivering your design, even though you are applying for UI design, and it's not really necessary for you to be able to do in-depth research on the field, it's still critical for you to actually tell your design process, meaning that why are you designing this particular button? Who are you designing this for? For example, you need to have an understanding if you are actually designing for people who are less tech savvy, for example. Oh, so as a UI designer, then it means that I need to create based on this design principle, which is something with perhaps bigger certain features, and then another easy choice of colors, and then how you would design the flow and stuff like that. So I think briefly, any profession you can come to, you have the portfolio and the design work that you can showcase, and you have the understanding of the design process and how do you come up with the idea of your work. So I think that's all for me.
Okay, well, thank you for the answer, Miss Sabrina. And for the next question, we have a question. Zia, UI hack or UI hack, I don't know. Ask for Miss Nia and also asked for Miss Sabrina. He said, I'm sorry that I can't decide to who my question is, but hopefully I can get insight from both of amazing presenters. And because the question is quite long, so I choose two questions here for Miss Nia and Miss Sabrina. First question is it possible that one person had held a full stack UI or UX role, like UI designer, UX researcher, designer, illustrator, writer, etc.? Okay, got it for the question, Miss Nia and Miss Sabrina. You can also read the questions on the comment. Person had a full stack UI or UX role. Okay.
Okay.
I would let Miss Sabrina, maybe you can
Okay.
answer
So
it first.
thank
Okay.
you.
Time is yours.
Is it possible that one person held a full stack? So I think first it depends on the company. I think if you are a small company, you are more likely to find full stack UI design, because it's actually still a small team, and perhaps the project will be straightforward. So, it will be possible, but it depends on the company. Most of the time, the name of these roles are differs from one company to another. I think there's a company that names a product designer as a full stack designer, and then maybe UI UX designer as a full stack designer. But maybe in company B or company C, product designer is more of someone that does UI design only. So I think it's possible to do full stack. It depends on the company, and also, of course, depends on the person they're hiring, right? I think if you actually put the role as a UI designer, UX researcher, illustrator, and writer at one person, it's quite can be small team. The time the projects will be straightforward, so it's possible. But sometimes when the company grows, when it's having more initiative, more functions, more business unit, like my experience in Traveloka, as the company grows, this design team will grow, and most of the time they will actually find more specialized. They will divide the role into more specialized areas, right? So maybe in the first stage, the company will have the full stack UI UX, but on the later stage, they will separate it to user researcher and UI designer. Why? Because maybe both of these roles will have clearer metrics, clearer goals, and then maybe they will have more ambitious project. For example, researching more opportunity area or doing evaluation for their features. So possible one person to have the full stack designer role if it's a small company, and it depends on the company, but it depends. Full stack can mean just UI UX, but I rarely see someone doing UI UX, illustrating and writing because it's too much. But as the company grows, it will be divided and things will be more specialized. Yeah, that's all for me.
Okay, thank you for the questions, Miss Sabrina. And guys, we have a more question again from Andrian Eka Putra for Miss Kairania. Okay, for Miss Kairania, how you apply psychology knowledges in real UX case? For example, like art psychology or behavior modification in building app or website. Can you please give us some real example? Okay, for Miss Nia. Hi, Miss Nia.
Okay.
Okay,
Hello.
you can answer the questions from Andrian Eka Putra. Okay,
Okay.
got
Hello.
it?
Thank you for your
Yeah.
question.
Time is yours.
I'd like to answer your question, Andrian, but I think it is still related to what Iqbal has asked before as well. Actually, I think my psychology knowledge really helped me to understand more about how human perceive the design. And in real UX cases, for example, like building something that want to be really used by your users, because I think most of us know that sometimes people think the real solution of a problem is just creating an app, but that's not the solution, because the solution isn't always creating an app, but let's say that we have to create digital product for the users, and first we have to make sure that it is something that they really need. It is something that they it is something that can solve their problem, because if they don't need the platform and it cannot solve their problem, so what's the point of creating it anyway? That's why we have to conduct proper research first, and psychology teaches me how to understand people from conducting researches like qualitative, quantitative, experiment, non-experiment, and also the skills like building empathy, putting you as the researchers in the user's shoes and perspectives. So don't make assumption, but just think from their perspectives are the users. What are their pain points? What are their problems? What are the um, real situation that they are currently experiencing? So don't make assumption. And for the behavior modification, I think it is the concept that is really interesting, and some of the UX designers also use it as to engage, to increase the engagement between the users and the app, and also increase the user retention. For example, like implementing gamification to your platform. That's why you want the users to become motivated. You want them to keep using your product compared to your competitors, for example. That's why you kind of shaping the user's behavior in some way that they got hooked to your product. It uses the concept of behavioral and cognitive science, so people can be attracted and be retained in using your app, for example. And it is also related with Iqbal's question about user-centered design and two options when designing UX. Should we choose a certain message over another? Which one should we use to make the user understand the design more? I think it is better if we implement user-centered design in interface or system that we create. Uh, in my opinion, it is best to um, make the design as intuitive as possible, because like I've said before in my presentation, don't make them think too hard, because it will increase their cognitive load, and no one wants to um, think that long and hard just to perceive the elements that you present in your design. That's why we try to make it as easy as possible to be perceived by the users. And it is also related with the courses like psychology of arts. And in my opinion, it is better if you want to um, more to be more understand about this kind of topic, you can start from learning how human can perceive visual design, like human perception, cognition, recognition, and stuff. And if you like to know about behavior modification, you can start from learning how digital products can shape user behavior by conducting concepts like reinforcement, for example. So I think that's all.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much, Miss Nia, for answer. And once again, please, Miss Nia, answer these questions. By Titin on YouTube, ask for Miss Nia. What are your difficulties learning in HCI or UX? Let me share.
Okay, so my difficulties so far in learning the ACI field is actually probably balancing what I've learned in my major and the other related things that I have to compensate of my lack of technical skills, because I do aware that I didn't come from IT majors, even though I learned about it, but just the fundamental or the foundation of that. And it is absolutely cannot be compared to people who are already came from IT background. That's why I knew it from the very first time that I really want to specialize in neuroscience related field. And for human computer interaction, probably it is interaction design. And other difficulties, along with the compensating with the lack of technical skills, probably the stigma, because I think that the past 5 years, I guess, the awareness of people towards the user experience has raised so much. When I first learned user experience when I was in high school, there is still a stereotype that people think you cannot be excel in IT, ACI related field because you didn't have any IT background. But I knew it that psychology is actually really related to ACI, but sometimes the stigma and the stereotype from other people bothers me that much. They said that I cannot compete with my friends, for example, who came from IT majors, just because I didn't come, or just because I didn't study information technology. But I think each one of us has expertise, and for me, I think learning psychology really helped me in um, um, expanding my knowledge about HCI. And I think the difficulties are just balancing the lack of technical skills, but I think it is something that can also be learned using online courses, for example, and to deal with those stereotypes and stigmas. I think it's just a matter of time whether you can prove to other people that no matter what your major or your background is, you can still learn user experience and HCI. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much for Miss Mia for the answer. Thank you so much. Well, guys, now we are in the photo session after the Q&A session. At the photo session, please, all the audience and turn on the camera because the committee and I also will get a screenshot for your each face, your each. So, okay, please, everyone, turn on your camera. Okay, and also the speakers, Miss Sabrina. Hi guys, hi guys. Where's? Okay, guys, on your camera. Hi, hello. Okay. Yes. Thank you for Miss Sabrina and Mia. Thank you, Fanda. And guys,
Thank
turn
you.
on your camera, please.
Thank you.
Um, where's the other? The other one to let their on. And also the committee already joined here. Committee can turn camera. And for the please guys camera because after this photo session there will be closing. But we have to sit first together. Hey guys, where's the other? Okay. Wait a minute. Okay guys,
Tes, tes. Hello everyone, halo semuanya. Bisa dengar suara saya? Oke. Sekarang 6:57. In 3 minutes, we will immediately start the webinar. So please wait. Thank you for coming. Chat of this room. Oh, sorry, I sent it twice. I'm sorry, Mr. Muhammad Fadlur Rahman. Can you please turn on your webcam? Thank you. Okay, it's already 7 o'clock. So I guess we will start the session. First of all, welcome to this Chromatic UXTalk Series 1, More Than Visuals, Session 2. Before we start the session, I will introduce myself. My name is Wina Hafidh. I'll be your moderator tonight. And after this, we will have the welcoming remark from Dr. Yohannes Kurniawan, the chairman of HCI, or the Association for Computing Machinery Special Interest Group on Computer-Human Interaction Indonesia chapter. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Wina, and all the committee. So I'd like to say thank you for all the participants in here. So I saw in here we already have more than 40, yeah, included the speaker for today. So I'd like to say thank you very much for this opportunity. This is a good moment for us to getting a lot of knowledge from several experts in here, from Ms. Suni, from Mr. Rizi, from Mr. Gita, and then of course from Mr. Jun Kato. So I hope that you will get a lot of insight in here. You will get a lot of network in here. So this is the idea about the how to get the idea for your research, because we like to discuss in here about student research competitions. So SRC about how to get the idea in UX, HCI, CSI, because several people say HCI, several people say HCI. Actually, this is same, yeah. Human computer interaction, or CHI, computer human interaction. I think it's similar, but people in here usually use the two terms in here like HCI, CSI, or people in industry, they are said UX, user experience. So actually, you will get a lot of insight from here. So I hope this is the community that we can make a better result in UX area. So especially for Indonesian community, because for your information, Indonesia chapter for ACMC Kai, Special Interest Group in Computer to Human Interaction, is the first chapter in Southeast Asia. After that, we have the other chapter is Malaysia, Bangkok. Malaysia is Kuala Lumpur chapter, Bangkok chapter, and then the last is Manila chapter. We are the last chapter with the country as a name, because the next chapter, the chapter name is by the city name, like Kuala Lumpur chapter, Manila chapter, and Bangkok chapter. And we are the last with the Indonesia chapter. So there is the prestige. Yeah? The last 2014 we get this one. So I hope this is you can join this community also. We open, if you are student, we are open for student volunteer also. If you would like to join the student volunteer for, we have the biggest, I think this is the biggest computer human interaction in Southeast Asia. And because a lot of participants, they are coming from Philippines, Malaysia, but we did the previously in Indonesia, but we hope this year we doing online virtual, so all the event we're doing virtuals. And if you would like to know about this information, you can join as a student volunteer also, because this is open for all students from Indonesia. It's not only from Indonesia, because the previous year the participant student volunteer coming from the Malaysia, also from Philippines also. So we are open for all this, actually for all the students. So this is the media for you to get the networking. So for your information, you can get the information, you can access the link in here. So that's all from me, because I just have 5 minutes here for opening speech. The expert will tell you more about HCI and UX. Thank you very much. Have fun.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Yohannes, Dr. Yohannes Kurniawan. Just for an information, the first session that was held 2 hours ago was attended by more than 100 participants. And currently there are 60 here. Perhaps it's because in Indonesian, where the majority is Muslim, they are still praying, so we will wait for them. That's fine. Well, now let's start the first session. I'm sorry. It will be about how to learn UX/HCI, user experience or human-computer interaction, and becoming a world champion. From the world champion itself, Ms. Sunny Tian, the champion of the ACM Kai SRC. ACM Kai SRC is one of the competition held by ACM Kai. It is a student research competition, and she was the champion of the undergraduate level on 2020. So, Ms. Sunny Tian, where are you? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, there she is. So, Ms. Sunny Tian, the time is now yours.
Can you see this okay?
It's loading. Okay, all right, it's working now.
Okay. Hi, so yeah, I guess I'll talk a little bit about my experience in HCI research and a little bit about me. So to start off, some background about me. I just finished my undergraduate degree and my master's degree from MIT in computer science. I really started HCI maybe my 3rd year of college, so not that long ago. And then I did my master's in my 4th year, and I concentrated my master's research in HCI. And the lab I worked with was the Haystack group from MIT CSAIL. It's probably the biggest computer science research group in, or CSAIL is at MIT. And then Haystack is one of the HCI groups in CSAIL. So that's about my education. And then I previously interned at Google Ads, and I'm going back as a full-time employee in software engineering next month, so I'll be starting work there. One of the nice things about HCI is if you don't want to pursue academia, one option you can do is software engineering with some computer science background. And I think a area, which is a lot of what I'll be doing at Google. And of course, there's also UX teams in industry. So lots of great job opportunities. And yeah, as mentioned, I had never heard of Kai before, but my lab introduced the conference to me this past year, and I submitted my work to the student research competition, and I won the undergrad level. So that was a good experience. So I'll talk a little bit about how I got into HCI, just some background about HCI, and I guess some tips about doing research and participating in this competition. So for starters, I guess learning some HCI and UX. Wikipedia says HCI, or human-computer interaction. Researchers are going to basically look at the way that humans interact with computers and different technologies. And a lot of the researchers develop new ways, make observations about these interactions, and try to improve them. Okay, and UX has a lot of significant overlap with HCI because a lot of HCI focuses on, improving the user's experience, particularly with technologies. So I think I broke down this little presentation into 3 main parts. In learning HCI, I think first the principles, learning the basics of HCI are good. I'll give some resources for doing that. And then if you want to do web development related stuff or mobile development, there's some technologies to learn. And finally, going into research competitions, or if you want to pursue academia, master's or Ph.D. in the future, some research tips and getting into that area will be at the end. So to start off, I wanted to introduce some resources for learning some HCI or UX principles. The first link is Design for the Web, or designftw.mit.edu. So this link leads to a class that I recently helped teach, or I was a teacher assistant for. It is a really great class for understanding the basics of design principles, of learning good practices online, and I think the later part of the class goes into HTML, CSS, and basic JavaScript. So it's a very great place if you've really never coded before or want to learn design principles. They have some really, really great lectures that you can access freely online. And the class also introduces this book over here on the right. It's called The Design of Everyday Things. It's by Don Norman. Really, if you look into Don Norman's research, he is one of the leading people and thinkers in HCI. Some people consider him the founder of the field. So he definitely check out his book and his research. And if you want to go more into depth, for example, if you want to learn, different animation and more complicated JavaScript, for example, classes, then you can go into this class. It's called User Interface Design and Implementation. It's also free online at MIT. So you can go to this link, and there are plenty of resources there, lectures that are online, and different exercises that you can do. So yeah, very great links for you to practice and learn different tools for HCI. Okay. And I think a huge part of HCI and UX design is the design thinking aspect. You'll notice in a lot of these models of design thinking, there will be a lot of loops because you always want to go back to focusing on the user. So I guess briefly we can go over this chart. There are different models out there, but I think this is a very widely used one. So the first phase of design thinking is understanding the problem, right? So you want to empathize with your users. Sometimes this means, determining a group of users. You can interview them and try to understand what it is that they're having an issue with. Or you can determine that yourself by reading related works, by reading citations from those different important or relevant papers, and determining and defining a problem statement. So you want to basically narrow down what it is you want to focus on. And then you want to ideate solutions. So if you're working with a group of people, this means quantity over quality. So work individually to think of a bunch of different ideas, come together, share them, and then think of a good solution. And then you always want to test early, right? So prototyping, a very rudimentary paper prototype is always good. And making sure that your user can test it and understand how it works without any problems is really good. You can catch some big mistakes very early on by prototyping and testing early. And then finally, implementing your final product. And I actually think it's important to, every time you develop a new feature in your product or whatever it is you're making, having that tested by users, maybe your peers, is always a very important step. Okay, so to go into the tech, I think for HCI and UX, a lot of it is more focused on the front end. If you're doing web development, you will need to work with the back end. But Mavo is a great way to, for beginners, I think, to basically avoid any JavaScript, avoid any back-end work. This is persistent, it's dynamic. You can type in mavo.io, it's M-A-V-O. And basically all you need is HTML and you can create complex websites. Yeah, it's a really great website for getting started. Of course, for design, there's Sketch and Figma that you can use. That'll help you with the coding side. But again, I'm linking the classes from before that you can use to practice your JavaScript, HTML, CSS for web development, or you can also look into Android Studio or Objective-C for mobile development. Okay, so going into the research in HCI, I think Rishi will probably go into this more later, but I'll give a brief overview of my experience. I think the first thing to do is to choose a good research topic. This is, to me, probably the most important step because you want to choose something that's very interesting to you, but also relevant for whatever competition it is you're doing. So I would say if you're doing a student research competition, definitely look at past winners, see what their projects were about. And when you choose a topic, make sure you do plenty of research to see what's out there. I typically use Google Scholar. A good way to find related works is to find just a couple of papers that are similar to what it is you're doing. understand what's already been done so you don't repeat it. And then you can go actually to the related work section or the citations and look at a bunch of other papers and just read through that, really understand the field you're getting into. Okay. And then the actual research part, I think, like I said before, you want to look at the related works. I would honestly start like maybe a Google Doc and take some notes about everything you're learning, because it can often be a lot. And then you want to brainstorm and think about what possible topics you want to get into. And a really important part, in my opinion, for this is to talk to a mentor. For me, it was a Ph.D. student at the time, and they just have a lot of experience. They can provide a lot of guidance and give you a lot of ideas and suggestions, and they probably know plenty about whatever you're going to research. So definitely have someone there that you can talk to who might have some more experience in the research area, and it'd be best if in HCI. And finally, I think you want to scope out exactly how much you can do, right? A lot of research oftentimes can take years to do. So if, let's say, your research competition is only 1 year away, I would plan out kind of month by month what you want to get done so that you're not unable to finish what you want to do by the time of the competition or deadline. And then user testing and UX is always a very big part of HCI research. You oftentimes want a pilot study just to have a small group of people with a control, and an experimental group just to test your product or whatever it is that you're testing on the users. And that way you can generate results. If you have time, you can plan out a more large-scale user study. That's ideal, but I think for a lot of competitions, especially at the student level, a pilot study size, say 10 people, is probably going to be enough. And then once you have all of the results and the data from your users, you can generate charts. If you did a full user study, you can often do some statistical tests and get some significant metrics. And always anonymize your results when you report them at the end. And what I often like to do is you can get a ton of results, and then you want to group them into different categories, and then you can summarize and pull out major results and findings from each category and support that with your data. And then finally, you often want to conclude with what it is that you did in your work. So if you're submitting to a conference, or if you're submitting to a competition, you can end by pulling everything together into a few main findings, discuss that a little bit, and then summarize your work. Okay, that's all for me. I'll stick around for the Q&A at the end. Thank you, Kamila QGM, for hosting, and yeah.
Okay, thank you, Miss Sunny. So everyone, the participant could send your question in the chat room in this meeting room. I think we will immediately go to the second session, which is by Mr. Rishi Vanukuru. It's about how to develop ideas and research. Okay, hello, Mr. Rishi.
Hi,
Mr.
can you hear me?
Rishi, yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
All right, great.
Mr. Rishi is Masters in Interaction Design at IDC School of Design in IIT Bombay. And he is yet another champion. He's a champion of ACMK SRC graduate level on 2020. Okay, perhaps you can try share your screen, Mr. Rishi.
Yep, just a second.
Yep.
Is this visible?
Yep, it's working.
All right, great. So should I begin then?
Sure.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Rishi, and I'd like to thank Gita for inviting me to this talk and for everyone in the organizing team for actually making this happen. Sunny gave this really great presentation about HCI and research in UX, and I'll be building upon that and focus more on the competition side of things. So just to begin with, a bit about me. So I'm currently doing my master's, or just about finishing my master's in interaction design at IIT Bombay. And most of my research has been in the areas of immersive media, which is VR, AR technology, and developing things for that. And also in the area of accessibility. But prior to my master's, I'd actually done a bachelor's degree in civil engineering, where my focus was entirely different. I was looking at structures, transportation networks. And while doing that degree, I also did a couple of courses in design, focusing on things like animation, music, film. And that's what got me interested in design, and that's what made me apply to the IDC. How that went from design to HCI is something that I'm still trying to figure out myself. But somewhere along the line, I became a lot more interested in the technical side of design and how that impacts humans in particular. So that's how I got to HCI. About this talk, so I was asked to talk about how to develop ideas and research and a bit about my experience as well. So over the next 25 minutes or so, I will be focusing on three things. I will first describe three experiences of mine of participating in competitions. I will then discuss these projects and the similarities and differences in them. And then I'll also talk about what I've learned along the way. And hopefully this will help you chart your own course while you attempt to participate in competitions. So the three competitions that I'd be talking about today are the Kai Student Design Competition in 2019, a music hackathon that I participated in also in 2019, and the Kai Student Research Competition of this year, which is why I am here. So let's just get into it. So the Student Design Competition used to be part of Kai as well. I don't think it's there anymore. At least it wasn't in 2020. It doesn't seem to be in 2021. And it focused more on actually designing artifacts to a particular problem statement. The research competition did not have a particular prompt, but in 2019, the design competition had this specific topic that all students were asked to design for, which was weaving the threads within the social fabric. It was basically to do with connecting communities through HCI and design. And I participated in this during my first year, along with two teammates, Prachi and Anjan. And the motivation behind participating was really to just understand how the whole thing worked and to maybe get a chance to go to the conference. And sure, winning would have been great too. So that's what got us started into this. And the context, we also kind of tried to place the prompt of the competition into something more local and more meaningful to us. So 2019 and 2020 was the golden jubilee year of our university. And there were going to be a lot of celebrations for the 50 years. And we thought of trying to sort of like look at the prompt of connecting communities, of weaving the social fabric, and try to sort of connect that to our own university and see if we could do something over there. So about the idea and coming up with an idea. This is perhaps the only competition out of the three that I'll be talking today where we actually did a thorough ideation process. And we began by first just taking the prompt very literally. So the prompt was weaving the threads within the social fabric. And so we just literally thought about how fabric is woven and how increasingly today you have threads that are dispersed, that are broken apart. And how do we then weave them together to make a stronger social fabric, to connect people together? And how do we use technology to do that? So we looked at three different scales of this, like building upon the analogy. So we looked at a large scale fabric where you have lots of people, lots of threads, lots of connections. And we tried to think of design ideas that would help this setting. We looked at interpersonal communication, which is just two threads and how they intertwine with each other. And we also looked at a slightly counterintuitive situation where there is only one thread and you might be part of a community that is dispersed, that you don't have direct contact with, but you still want to stay in touch with. So we looked at these three scales of interactions. And broadly, we were interested in looking at how audio would help in sort of designing for these situations. And we then used a bunch of conventional brainstorming tools. I'm not really talking about those in this presentation. I feel like there are much better resources online that you can sort of look at and that can explain it much better than I can. But what I will talk about is the final ideas a little bit. So for each of these three scales, we came up with a few broad design ideas. So we looked at an interactive installation where people could use audio and visual to sort of connect with each other. All of this was in the context of the events that would happen in our university, where a lot of alumni would be returning to the university for reunions in that year. And we wanted to see how we could engage them with the current students and sort of build a community of designers and HCI researchers. This was a slightly playful idea where we looked at sort of designing a physical umbrella with electronics embedded in it that would potentially allow for interesting sounds to come up when people are conversing underneath it. Also keeping in mind that Mumbai is a city where there's lots of rains and there's lots of monsoons, so we tried to integrate that into the idea. And the final idea that was focused on the individual scale was called sound spotting, and that's what we focused on eventually. And the idea was to connect communities through interactive social soundscapes. Now, this may not sound or mean much, but then what we basically were trying to do was to look at audio augmented reality and see how we could use that to help people feel more connected to communities that they are not present in at the moment. So basically, the idea was to sort of place you with headphones in this virtual setting where you hear voices of people all around you who are talking about this memory that you're looking at. So you'll be walking through, say, a gallery of photos, and for each photo, you'd be able to listen to people talk about that photo. And the hope was that you would feel more connected to the people, to the community, while you're sharing both the visual memory and the audio memories. So once we kind of got to the stage of a fairly finished idea and what we wanted to do with it, we executed a fairly straightforward process. We designed the application and the whole experience using mockups and physical prototypes. We then also went ahead and developed technical prototypes of the audio augmented reality setup, which involved sort of tracking your head motion to be sure of where you're looking and what you're listening to. And then we did a very, very preliminary user test with students to see how they responded to this setup of visual memories. And once we completed all of this, we started documenting it for the competition. So we wrote a really short paper, which is what is normally expected. And we made this 3-minute video explaining our idea. Now, after all of this was done, we submitted it, we were hopeful, but in the end, we really weren't selected. And the main feedback that we got was that we did not engage enough with people, with the community during both the ideation phase and the testing phase. And this is something that Sunny mentioned in her presentation as well, that it is really important to be engaged with stakeholders, be engaged with people if you're designing for them. And that's something that we learned and took forward into our other projects. But then I also wanted to talk about the timeline of this. So we came to know about the competition in the December of 2018, and the first week of January was the deadline. So we spent most of December just looking at part 0, which was the ideation, part 1, which was coming up with a specific topic, and part 2, which was actually developing the idea. And we very, very hurriedly completed the user testing and the documentation in literally just the last 3 days before the competition. And that was also pointed out, like the reviewers spoke about how we could have done a better job of writing our paper and also presenting our work through the video. So while the result wasn't positive, we did learn a lot. And I'll move on to the next competition experience now. So this is a much shorter competition that I participated in. It doesn't sound very HCI or UX upfront, but then we kind of brought in HCI aspects into it. So it was basically a 2-day hackathon where we were allowed to work on anything related to music and technology together. I worked in a team of 2 along with Amarnath, and our motivation here was really not to win the competition. Both of us had been really interested in VR and separately, and we wanted to see if we've been trying to spend time to work on a project that combined the two, but we never got a chance. So we thought that this hackathon was a really good opportunity to participate and focus our minds on working on this and getting better at the skills. And we also were surprised to see that a community that looked at music and technology existed. And we wanted to get to know the people involved, which is why we also participated. So once the motivation was aside, our idea was more focused on what we wanted to learn and not so much on a real problem. We were interested in looking at how collaboration might happen using virtual reality and music. Basically, imagine a situation where you have 2 people in very different cities who want to play music together. And we were wondering if you could create a system that would allow this to happen, basically have one participant in VR playing a virtual instrument and another participant in the real world playing a real instrument, but being able to listen and interact with the other participant. We really weren't able to do enough of a thorough review over here in this part because it was a 2-day hackathon. But we just did a quick search on YouTube, a quick search on Google to see if we could find any projects related to this. And while there were a few, we thought that we could bring in some novelty in the interactions, so which is why we went ahead. We were particularly interested in looking at how to use the Oculus Quest along with real instruments, and that's what we did. Again, the process here was really not how research competitions would normally be. It was a hackathon, so we really quickly put things together. The blue circle over here is me and Amarnath discussing. But our main goals were primarily all technical. We wanted to learn about networking in VR and be able to implement it ourselves. We wanted to be able to develop for the Oculus Quest, make virtual instruments, and try out the new hardware to the best of our abilities. So this was sort of an example where the competition is not so much for creating something out of it, but more a learning experience for ourselves. And while you may ask how this aligns with HCI, I would probably still categorize this as HCI, but then with a lot more focus on the C and the I, on the technical aspects of things. And we didn't even have time to sort of talk to users given the short nature of the hackathon. So we focused on building a good technical system. So in the end, we did develop a system where Amarnath could play a virtual piano and I would be playing a real piano and we could collaborate and jam together. And the presentation was just a live demo. We didn't have to write a paper. We didn't have to make a poster. But the demo kind of got the message across. And we didn't want to, or we didn't enter the hackathon with the goal of winning. We did come first in the tech category, which was fun, and we got a nice prize along with it. But I'd like to talk about the timeline a bit over here as well, where even though it was a 2-day thing, there were these 4 broad parts where we kind of found out about the competition and got there. We thought about an idea all within about 3 hours. We then spent a bulk of our time, we didn't sleep through the night, but then we worked on developing the technical aspects of the system. And then we just spent a little bit of time presenting it. This is sort of how you would find a lot of UX competitions and UX hackathons, where you might be asked to, say, design an app or design a website with regards to a very specific brief in a very short time. So this is sort of to relate to that, and not so much the design or research competitions that are of longer duration. But now that we're done with this, I will talk about the main reason why I'm here, which is the Kai Student Research Competition of 2020. Now, this is actually much more different than the other two. So it was an open competition, so you didn't have to have a specific topic in mind. And in the graduate category, which is what I was participating in, you had to only submit individual research projects. So the team was just me. And unlike the other 2 competitions, I only found out, or I only thought about submitting my work to this competition after I had done all of my work. So I had already worked on this project as part of my academics in my final year. And once it was complete, I thought it would be nice to sort of send the project to the competition to primarily get feedback on my work and just participate once while I was still a student and get a chance to maybe go to the conference if it did get selected. But again, unlike the first time in 2019 where we wanted to win the student design competition, that really wasn't an aim despite what ended up happening. So given the fact that I found out about the competition after my project, I'll still just talk about how I went about my project and the research itself. So the broad question that I started off with was how we could possibly use spatial audio to help people with visual impairments and perhaps make better interfaces for them. Now, spatial audio is sort of like the idea of audio augmented reality that I spoke about earlier in this presentation, where you're sort of able to listen to sound digitally, but as if it were coming from the physical space in front of you. So you could turn your head and sound sources would appear to stay fixed in the world around you. Sort of like the immersive sound that you find in games or in VR experiences. But then how could we take just that sound aspect and potentially make more meaningful interfaces for blind users? What motivated me was the problem of accessibility. I had worked on a few smaller projects with visually impaired people, and for the first time, I actually found a problem area that required a lot of work to be done and that I was passionate about working in. And that combined with my interest in audio technology, as you probably can see from the projects that I've been working on, was what got me to this specific project. And so having defined this question, I then spent a lot of time looking at past work in the area. As Sunny mentioned, I ended up going to Google Scholar, going to the ACM Digital Library, looking at a lot of conferences, a lot of papers that were even tangentially related to this area to understand past work and to figure out where the research gap is. What could I do? What could I bring in with my own efforts? I also did a bit of user research. So I spoke to expert screen reader users. I spoke to blind people about their experience and tried to sort of bridge the gap between the literature and the user comments as well. So once all of this was done, I had a much more concrete research question, which was to look at how concurrent speech, which is parallel speech, might help screen reader users perform tasks faster or more efficiently. The paper and the poster has a lot more information, so I won't really be focusing on the details over here, but I'll just talk about the broad process once again. So the idea was to conduct a quantitative experiment that would compare screen reader technology that is existing today with the new kinds of screen readers that I developed, and compare them across a wide variety of parameters. So I spent a fair amount of time developing the method, planning out exactly how I would conduct the study. And then I spent a fair bit of time developing the screen reader. I really did not have a lot of technical experience with coding, so I had to pick that up and sort of implement it on the fly. And once all of that was done, I had just about enough time to conduct a pilot with 4 sighted people and 4 visually impaired people to get to know their feedback on the system and sort of get an idea of whether my project was sound or not. The hope was that once the pilot was complete, I would have a lot more to go on and I would be able to complete a full study about this. But then what ended up happening was that I found from the pilot that the idea that I was looking at didn't work as such. Participants were unable to really make sense of what I was trying to set up in my prototype. And they questioned why I even looked at this kind of topic. But while the feedback was kind of discouraging, I took a step back and discussed with my guide, and we sort of tried to analyze why this happened and point out ways in which future researchers could avoid this and build upon our own work. Because we did do a fair amount of work and we did focus on the documentation aspects of it. So we kind of analyzed the insights and just spoke about the broad reasons why our work may not have worked in the first place. So once all of this was done, the project itself, my academic project, kind of was paused for a bit. But then I got to know about the SRC and that it was coming up. So I spent a lot more time sort of taking my existing project report, which I'd spent a lot of time on, and converting that into a paper for the SRC. Once it got selected and we had a chance to submit our poster, compared to the past competitions, I spent a lot more time designing a nice poster that explained the work well. And given the fact that the competition this time was purely virtual, we had to submit this video presentation where we explained our poster, and then we had a final presentation where we discussed our work with the jury. So over there as well, I kind of made sure that the message was clear and I was focusing only on the main aspects of my work. So all of this being done, the result was that I somehow placed first in the graduate category. Why I placed first is something that even I kind of doubt now, but because if you think about it, like even after my project ended, I felt that I had failed because my idea didn't work and that people didn't really like what I worked on. So I was doubting myself. But then if I had to look back and wonder why the jury thought my project was worthy of being in the first position, I feel like the main reason would perhaps be that I followed a thorough process through the project and that I ended up documenting things fairly well after it as well. And if you look at the timeline that I followed for this project in comparison to the other 2 competitions, you'll notice that I spent a lot more time, like 3 months for the main project and a good 2 to 3 months for the documentation aspects of things. But then I also kind of spent enough time on each aspect of the project. So unlike the student design competition in 2019, where we didn't focus on user testing at all, or the music hackathon, where we didn't focus about finding a real problem or documenting our work that much, in this particular project, I made it a point to ensure that all 3-4 parts of the project are properly looked at and are properly worked on. So yeah, this is sort of I realize this is a very quick summary of the kinds of work that I've done, but I'm going to now try to take a step back and sort of talk about the high-level insights from these 3 experiences. And I will be talking about it in the various parts that I spoke about. So that 4 parts broadly. The first of which is, first of all, identifying your motivation behind attempting a competition and the topic that you would be working on. And well, to begin with, there are many reasons why you might want to participate in a competition. But I realized that the first and the most important one in most of your minds and in my mind initially was to showcase my skills and to perhaps win the competition. And you would enter the competition with that main goal. But from experience, I've realized that competitions can be a lot more than just that. They are really good opportunities to receive feedback from jury, from your peers, and also to get to know a community if you don't know about it already. And it's really good for personal development. You can take a competition and use it as a tool to, say, develop a particular skill or explore an interest that you may not have had a chance to in your courses or in your normal line of work. Because the competition structure, the fact that you have a goal, you have a deadline, and you may or may not have a team, but then that you have a lot of other people working on similar pursuits, kind of focuses your efforts and makes it easier to sort of try out new things that you may not have been able to do just on your own in your own free time. So when you are approaching competitions moving forward, it would be nice to sort of keep in mind that you don't necessarily have to go into a competition just to win it. You could get there as you get better at your skills and your experience. But initially, it's a good enough idea to go to a competition just to get to know the people and learn a bit more about the skills required. Moving ahead from the motivation aspects of things, when you look at ideas for the competition, it's really important to pick ideas that matter. And again, this is something that Sunny did a good job of explaining. The ideas can matter to either you, to your neighborhood, or to the research community at large, but then it's important to ground your work in context. And this is something that can be done in a wide variety of ways. For example, in the design competition, we grounded our work in the fact that our community, our university, was going to have an event over the coming year, and we wanted to contribute something to that. But in the research competition, the 2020 Kai research competition, the reason I picked that topic was because it mattered to blind and visually impaired people, and it also mattered to the research community, which really hadn't been exploring the area of spatial audio as much. So similarly, you can pick things that matter to you personally, whether it's developing skills or problems that you are passionate about, or you can do a literature review, like look at past work in the community that you're looking at and see where the gaps are, see what you can add to current work in the field. Once you've actually picked an idea that matters, that's when ideation tools are useful. Things like brainstorming sessions or using different thinking caps. And there are tons of tools. Like you just go to Google and you type ideation tools and you find so many of them. But I found that these all work best after you find a meaningful problem. And the meaningful problem is where you first find what motivates you the most. And moving forward, before you actually start designing or developing something, you really need to spend enough time looking at previous work to identify if somebody has worked on this before and to actually see whether your work is going to contribute meaningfully to the community. Many times I found that I worked on a project for a month, 2 months, and I realized that somebody had already worked on it a few years ago. And that's kind of demoralizing. And it's also, while it's good to know that the kind of project you're doing is something that people have looked at before, it's better to first find that out and then spend your time meaningfully adding to past work. Now, about the process and the method, one broad tip that applies not just to competitions, but to projects in general, is to spend enough time, devote enough time to each part of the project so that you're able to do justice to it. As you can see in the first 2 design competitions, my team really didn't do that. But finally, when it came to the research competition of Kai, I tried to focus on each part and give it enough time and sort of document it well. And that seems to have paid off in the end. Again, this is something that I learned the hard way through these competitions and through my education. But then it's really important that if you are designing for people, make sure to keep them involved. I initially thought that I could just design tech and hope that it would work, but that's not how it works. That doesn't help you make meaningful designs and products, and nor is it really looked upon very favorably from the research community. So just make sure that you talk to people, talk to users before starting projects, you keep them involved, you sort of tell them about your progress, and that when you are testing things with them, you need to be mindful about their comments and make sure you act upon them. And finally, I guess failures are valuable too. Like, even though you may feel like a project that you spent a lot of time on hasn't panned out, as I did with the student research competition, it's important that you sort of document it well and just analyze it well, so you can find meaning even in failures. And at least in my case, as you can see, it's kind of panned out. The project that I thought didn't work out that well ended up helping me win a research competition, so that was pretty good in the end. Part 3 is obviously the documentation and presentation part, and Gita, I'm sure, will be doing a much better job of this in his presentation. But then I just wanted to point out that documenting work well and presenting work well is important both in HCI research through papers, posters, or demos, or even if you're going to the industry and if you want to do UX design through building something for your portfolio or making blog posts about your experience. And you can use competitions as practice for that. Finally, looking back, a few broad comments about my experience with competitions. No matter what kind of competition I've kind of participated in, I've always enjoyed the process, and it's been fun working with teams and working individually and getting feedback from the community. And no matter what, it's a really nice, useful, and important experience. And it's important to participate because you will always come away with something. You could build a new skill, you could get a paper published, sort of, or just build connections in a community that you may not have had otherwise. So I'll just quickly wrap up. So while Kai 2020 is what we participated in, there are a number of really good competitions coming up in the near future. For example, UISC 2020 has a student innovation competition that is already begun, and that has a deadline sometime next month, I think. The Tangible and Embedded Interaction Conference and Kai 2021 obviously have their design and research competitions coming up, which you should definitely participate in. These are all from ACM, but then there are a bunch of competitions that you can find online. I would really encourage you to participate, if not to win, to just experience it and maybe learn something along the way. That's about it for my talk. I really hope that it's been of some help to you. The slides are available on my website. I will share this link with everyone. And if you want to get in touch, feel free to mail me. I will be sharing these links in the chat as well. But that's all that I have for now. Thank you so much for inviting me. And that's it. I guess I will be happy to answer questions at the end.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Rishi. What an insightful presentation. So, mungkin untuk teman-teman yang di Indonesia, ya, rekan-rekan partisipan, kalau memperhatikan dua presentasi barusan itu sebenarnya bagian dari 3 step ya dalam menyelesaikan suatu proyek. So the last 2 session from Miss Sunny and Mr. Rishi could be said as the first and second step on doing a project on UX or HCI. The first one is on how to learn by Miss Sunny Tian. The second is how to develop your ideas and research by Mr. Rishi. And as Mr. Rishi said before, the third and the last part that is not least important is how to present your ideas. So now we welcome Mr. Gita Prasulistyono or Mas Tio. Mas Tio, can you hear me? Okay, there you go. Mas Tio is the runner-up of ACM Kai SRC Student Research Competition Undergraduate Level 2020. And here he will talk about on how to present your ideas and research. So, Mas Tio, perhaps you can try share your screen first. Okay, cool. The art of presentation. So, Mas Tio, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Wina, for the chances. Wait, my sound is in?
Yes.
Can you hear my voice? Okay, welcome, my friend, all my fellow friends, mostly from Indonesia. And I will say thank you first for Sunny, Mr. Yohannes, and Rishi for previous presentation. It's very interesting and important. And the last is, I believe, is the main key of competition. After you have your research, after you have your project, and the last is you need to present your presentation. And I will deliver this. But first, I want to tell you that I'd like to ask you to join Kai Student Research Competition 2021, like what Rishi said before, because for student, you are eligible for, cash, bonus, and your trip and your hotel, everything will be covered by the committee. So this year is actually we should go to Hawaii, America, and all of the expenses is covered by the committee because we are coming from developing countries. and the amount is nearly 60 million rupiah. So yeah, it is important and it is fun. And I encourage you to join this competition because if you are going to final, even though you're already just going to final, you can get a very nice experience and trip. Okay, next is the art of presentation. I take this from Sun Tzu. Maybe you know, is a general from China because he is the author of The Art of War. Because I believe that presentation is as much as strategy as just presenting of your work. Before I want to tell my journey, I am the undergraduate student in Universitas Gadjah Mada. I take the business courses. I won several national and international competition. One of them is Sky Student Research Competition 2020. And next, today I will share to you about how we can present well in competition. First is, I want to iterate to you that human actually is a very irrational creature. Why is that? Yeah, I will explain later. And our objective here to take this irrationality and put it into our research, into our presentation to make it better and to gain some leverage on it. Second is about the golden circle of presentation for competition. We take this concept from Simon Sinek, Start With Why book. Maybe you have ever read the book, Simon Sinek, Start With Why. But I turn it into a presentation. So I strongly recommend you to watch the TED Talk of Simon Sinek, Start With Why, regarding this topic, because it explains why we need to start with why in selling our product or selling our presentation. Third, we will learn how to prepare before presentation. A lot of talks about it, but this is my version that I feel and experience during competition that I follow. First, I want to emphasize that actually presentation is 80% of the competition. Why? Because actually most of the judges, especially in final competition where you have to present your product, they do not read your paper in detail. No, they just see your presentation and they will judge accordingly based on that. So what you frame on your presentation, what you sell in your presentation is everything that the judge will see. Except if in the other competition, maybe they will, the judges that in preliminary stage and final stage is the same, it's okay, but most of the competition is not. So just give you a score based on what you present. So this is important. So you need to put a strong emphasis in how we can present and to leverage it to get the first winner. And actually, it is always easier to sell good product. Obviously, it's easier to sell Apple, Samsung instead of cheap smartphone, for example. So still providing a good research and good product is still important. So that's why the function of previous talk, how we should get a good research and good product. And after you have a good research and good product with meaningful solution, then we learn here how to present it. So we believe that human has a lot of biases and everything objectively. Wait. Yeah, human is never think objectively. So if you want to learn more, you can see list of cognitive biases in the internet. Basically, human is easily, swayed by the emotion. They are easily swayed by their biases. So this is why in presentation, we need to connect human with its biggest Achilles heel, which is emotion. So I don't want you to present something just based off data or based off your research. You have to connect between the judge's emotion and your presentation. How? And we will talk about it. So this is a concept that I take from Simon Sinek books, as I mentioned before. Start with why. So basically, in every presentation that I create, I always start with why or opening. Why our research matter. So as mentioned before by Rishi, that actually we need to, take important or research topic that matter to us. And this is, we need to emphasize why our research matter, and then how it is, we will learn about how we display our product or our research. And the last is what we will display on how we test and give a conclusion. So like it or not, this quote from Joseph Stalin, whether you like him or not, but this is very true. That he said that one death is a tragedy, but 1 million is statistics. And what happened with statistics is just people doesn't care about statistics. It's the not connect with people emotion. But one death is a tragedy. So usually in competition, people just say, okay, 10 million people died every week because of global warming. What is the difference between 10 million people and 15 million people? It's just a number. It did not connect with people's brain. It did not connect with people's mind. So we need to connect based on emotion, not only with data. Again, data is important, but do not just say like 10 million people die every day, because if you heard it actually, 10 million people die every day and 15 million people die every day, it's just the same number, all right? So we need to leverage human emotion in our presentation by using one story or one person story or anything that you can use. So it's basically just storytelling. First, usually I lay out emotional connection. Usually we use story, tragedy, then we followed with statistics. So I will talk about example. This is one of my presentation in gymnastic or the Olympiad in Indonesia. So I open my presentation, not about the data or the background. I tell the judges this. Ladies and gentlemen, the honorable judges, let me start my presentation by not talking about our research, but I want to tell a story about Kalfa. In this picture, if you can see the picture of a girl, she is 2 years old. She, what is it? She is just like your daughter. She loves to play. And the differences between she and your daughter is that she cannot attend school. She do not have a future because she do not have a birth certificate. So imagine if your daughter, imagine if your granddaughter do not have a birth certificate and do not have a future. So this is actually a method for us to connect the judge's emotion and the case that we try to build, right? Then after we connect the emotion, the jury is become personalized with our topic, we can then try to bring them the statistics. But remember, when we provide a statistic, we need to prove anchor. But that's just the example. This is my first slide in my competition in gymnastic. We lay out emotional connection. I have give you the example. And then after I give out the emotional things, I bring out this statistics. So I give up statistics, and this is important because in most competition, one of the judges is academician. And to appear authenticate, you have to bring them, number, you have to bring statistics, you have to bring something that can legitimate your background. Never ever say that most people are in hunger or most people doesn't have this, give number. And then give anchor. Anchor is, what I mean with anchor is something that they can use as a reference to. Most of people just say something like this. 15 million people die every day. Then what? Okay, so what, right? So just for me, I will say something like this. 15 million people die every day in Indonesia. It is 20% of Indonesian citizen. If all of this room is Indonesian citizen, and it means you, and you will die tomorrow. So this putting, give an anchor, something that people can give a reference point for, that, it's not just a number. So never give statistic and as just a number. And it's important if academic things, for example, like KAI 2021, it will be academic conferences. So you need legitimate source and proper citation, because if you do not give it, maybe there will be a negative penalty for that. And don't forget to provide proper visual to give them, the visual so that they can connect with the presentation. And then it is one of the most so important to provide a visibility of status. It's actually when we learn UX, we learn about 10 heuristic. One of them is the visibility of status. So it means that this one, background, solution, and result, it means that the judges or the audience will know what are we talking about. So right now we are talking about the background, so the background is highlighted. So it is important to give the judges a guide. And in KAI 2020, I opened my presentation with this slide, right? Just a picture. Maybe if you are coming from Indonesia, you already heard about this news. This is Hope, orang utan is kind of monkey. but in Indonesia it's called orang utan, is big monkey. She was shot 74 times while holding her children. So we can tell the jury that imagine if you, while holding your children, shot 74 times. Your children ran. You tried to protect her. But again, people keep shooting at you. So this is provide a emotional connection. And this emotional connection is important, but make sure that the story have a relevancy to your research topic. For example, I try to tell about this story about hope because my research topic is about reforestation program. So we try to stop something like this happen because this is the solution is reforestation program that we sell. Yeah, so this is how we should open our presentation to give emotional connection and not just a number. But still, number is important, and you can keep giving that. And next, after we give the emotional connection, we'll talk about the main body of the research. The main body, it depends on the competition because I make this presentation is for general competition, not just Kai. So you can use this slide for almost every competition here, especially in Indonesia or for international competition. So after you develop, why you are doing that. So after you develop your story, you give your number and you give what is your solution. So the main body is actually methods, how you approach the problem, etc. How is your product, and it's actually just depend on the competition. If the competition is about Kai 2021, if about Kai, then it's about your research. What is your research method, how you approach it, and how you document it. And before we talk next about the main body of the research, I want to take a quote also from Sun Tzu, the cover of this presentation. He said that if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. So this is important because before you start to present, you need to know yourself, your strength, your weakness, and your judges. Here is what I'm talking about. Your enemy here is your judges and the stakeholder. I don't mean that you should treat the judges as the enemy, no, but judges is actually the party you need to learn. You need to know better. What is the background of the judges? If it's Kai 2021, mostly it's academic judges. They have prior research. Maybe you can mention about the research in the presentation. So for example, the judges is Professor A, and you Google his name or her name, and you know about this research. Just read a little bit, and maybe you can mention or try to correlate it with your research. Usually people they are happy when their research is recognized, and this is a way for you to get the judges' attention and put you at least at the top of the pile because at the day of the presentation, usually judges see like 10 different presentations, and this is one of the way for you to put your presentation as the top on their mind, especially if you mention about their previous research or their previous work, judges will feel respected. So you need to do a research about the judges. And know your research. Usually when before a presentation, you need to assess your research. What is the strength of your research? What is the weakness? We need to emphasize on our strength, but we need to frame our weakness accordingly. Do not eliminate the weakness. Do not, you still have to admit your weakness, but you have to frame it accordingly. What I mean with frame accordingly, maybe there is a positive, negative, positive sandwich. You give the positive things about your research. Negative, maybe this compared to this product, our product is less in this field, but our product is more on this field. Give a positive thing, negative thing, and positive thing is sandwiching. And maybe you can explain why the result is not as expected. It's okay because in student research, you don't have to be God. You don't have to be true in everything. If there is a little mistake, just admit it in the main body. But there is a certain technique for you to frame your weakness, so it does not become the main attention. And it's important, do not lie about your research because usually the experienced judges know when you lie in your research or when you give nonsense data. They will know and they can spot in. You can not only be expelled from the competition, you might be discredited also. So it is dangerous. So instead of lying about your research, you can just frame your research. And make sure all scoring criteria is covered. Usually in every competition, there's scoring criteria, 20% of this, 30% of that, A, B, C, D, E. You need to cover all of that. Make sure that all scoring criteria is answered in your research. Especially in KAI competition, as Rishi said, documentation is extremely important. You have to give picture. You have to give, You have to give data and documentation, the part that you take to create your project, and it's important in KAI competition. So if you want to take this competition, documentation of your research is important. Third last is closing. It's result, testing, and closing statement. And for closing, don't forget is actually common mistake also, especially in Indonesia. In competition in Indonesia, people just create their product or people just create the research, but they do not test it. The test in real field to, as we see before in Rishi case, he actually go to people, he actually go to the user, and it's very important, especially in prestigious competition. Testing or to make sure that your product is good is important. You have to show the judges that this product have been tested, not just a concept, not just an idea, not just a side project, but this thing need to be tested, have already been tested. And if you want to test, use established testing methods. For example, I use user experience questionnaire by Hendrix, and it's actually a lot of journal about it. So established testing method is actually respected within academic community, and make sure you use the latest testing methods. And if you have, you can give the testimony or comment from reputable stakeholder, because this give more legitimacy regarding your research. For example, your professor or your dean, especially in international competition, it's easy for you to just go to your dean and ask, "Sir, can you please give a comment about our research or give a test or give a feedback about our project?" And he or she usually will be very happy to give you something like that. And it is important because you need to give some legitimacy that user or actually reputable people have already used or test this product. And because in the opening I talked about tragedy, telling a tragedy of people who doesn't have a birth certificate, a monkey that been shot 74 times while holding her children, and in the closing you have to connect it. There's a before we tell about tragedy, with our product, this tragedy might be reduced or eliminated. So this is the key. So you have a connection between the beginning of your presentation and the last of your presentation. So this is important. So you give a story, and then you can make sure that judges believe that your research or your product can solve the problem or at least contribute to the solution of the problem. And then this is very important, Q&A. Usually people just prepare the presentation, but they do not prepare for the Q&A. And I said that prepare Q&A before presentation and as much as you prepare your presentation, because Q&A is also key to make sure that judges, trust about you and they know about you. You can make a frequently asked question. You can go to your lecturer and say, and ask him to give you a mock Q&A situation or mock Q&A session for you to take, and he or your lecturer may give or ask you a question. And this before a presentation. Again, quotes from Sun Tzu: "Every battle is won before it fought." So you have to make sure that your presentation is a winning presentation before you go to that field. First is 7 days before, you have to prepare your presentation. Of course, and you inventorize strength and weakness of your research project. You know your strength, you know your weaknesses, and you know your judges is actually very important. Points, rules, how long the presentation will be. Make sure that you not exceed the presentation time. For example, the presentation allocated time is 10 minutes. Do not or never ever exceed 10 minutes. So in your training, it must be like 9.5 minutes to make sure. The last is, I suggest you develop your presentation iteratively, because most of the people, they create final presentation until design everything until finish and they test it. No, do not do something like that because it's not effective. Why? Because sometimes there is a mistake or sometimes it's not effective, and then you have to do again and to redesign something like that is, is time. Is costly from time perspective and effort perspective. And my suggestion is first, after you do your research about your judges, your strength, weakness, and the every point that I mentioned before, you create a draft presentation, text only. Why text only? If you can give a text only presentation and people can understand and your friend can understand your presentation, then it's good. If the text only version is people cannot understand your presentation, then do it again. Make sure that text only version of your presentation is covered and people can understand just by reading the text only. And then you test to your friend. Then after your friend is, uh, they understand what you mean, and then you can design it. So do not design it then test it. Please, a lot of my friends doing something like that, and it's not time effective. And then after design, you can test, make sure it's still the same, and then you can go to final presentation. And this is the last tips. This is what I see after join some IT competition. Usually people do not care about how they looks. People do not care about how their hair looks and what they wear in the presentation. Do not do that. People do judge the book by its cover. Whether you like it or not, it's a fact, So appearance is important. And if not available, I even bring my own iron, to make sure that my clothes is good and straight. And even me and the first presenter, Kairania, from session, when we go to the IT Olympiad in Surabaya, is Asian National IT Olympiad, we are the only, participant that bring iron to our competition because we want to make sure our clothes is well and our appearances is well respected. And this is the picture actually of General Patton from U.S. Army when he take over U.S. Army, Second Army. One of the first thing that he told his troops to do is to fix their appearances. He give a fresh clothes. He makes sure that the troops drill, and this just show that actually how you looks will represent how people will perceive about you and how you perceive about yourself. So do not afraid to use skin cleanser for men 5 minutes before presentation. Maybe you can take skin cleanser. Don't forget straight posture, smile. Maybe you can take public speaking courses. It's important. And the last, do not forget to take public speaking courses after this session. And maybe there's a lot of courses. And if you want to learn design, to make sure that your PowerPoint is well designed. If not, then you can ask your friend or pay your friend to design it for you. And if you have any question, you can contact me on LinkedIn or other social methods. And the last is failure is just route to success. Even though I won a lot of competition, but before I also lost a lot of competition. But we here just keep to try again, and try again. Do not afraid if you lose. Don't afraid to keep practicing. So good luck.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mas Tio, for the time. By the way, I've also read that book, The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Okay, it's a really nice book. Not UX or HCI related, but nonetheless a good reading. By the way, all three of our speakers before has already talked about their experience in competition, especially in the HCMKI SRC, Student Research Competition in 2020, as they all three are the winner. So after this, we will welcome Mr. Jun Kato. Oh, there you go. Mr. Jun Kato is the chairman of HCMKI SRC, Student Research Competition in 2021. And today, he will talk to us about the introduction to HCMKI SRC and why we all must join it. So, Mr. Jun Kato, you can try share your screen first.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, clear.
Good. And do you see my slide?
It's working.
Okay, that's good. So Yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting me to this very good online workshop. So, first of all, who are we? I am Jun Kato from National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology in Japan, and I am co-chairing CHI 2021 Student Research Competition track with Nolan Maudet, she's from University of Strasbourg, France. And a bit of my self-introduction. I graduated from the University of Tokyo back in 2014. And during my PhD, I did several international internships at Microsoft and Adobe. And after that, I joined ICE, which is a Japanese National Research Institute. And there I am doing HCI research. Recently, I started working as a technical advisor at a Japanese animation production company. And my research topic has been always about helping people create something. So it's called creativity support. And to do that, I have developed various kinds of programming environments and toolkits and APIs, application programming interfaces. So it's called programming experience research. It's about aiming to improve how people create and build and use programs. And one example output is, you might know her, but she's a renowned virtual singer called Hatsune Miku. And my prior work published at ACM CHI 2015 was used to author music videos for her professional live performance. So anyway, it's about my current thing, but I have several connections with student research competition. So back in 2009, actually, I was competing at SRC CHI 2009, and I won the first place. And after that, actually, I also joined the PLDI SRC, which is a programming language related conference. And then after 10 years, I became SRC chair for ACM CHI 2021. I think the audiences have already got the idea of what student research competition is about, but from the chair perspective, the goals of student research competition it's really about giving students opportunities. It's about giving opportunities to share the students' research ideas and results at CHI in a very special forum, and to allow them to meet with and interact with CHI attendees who are professional researchers or industry professionals, and it allows the students to share ideas, gain new insights, and understand possible practical applications of their research ideas. And also, the idea is to give them sharpen their communication skills, to allow them sharpen their communication skills. And then the next thing is to provide them detailed feedback from a panel of distinguished judges from industry and academia. And we as chairs are really working hard to invite these kind of very renowned good researchers from industry and academia. And finally, we aim at recognizing the excellent students in the community and reward them with good awards. For details, you can refer to the website. And yeah, there are small changes from prior years. The first change is we intentionally changed the submission format to make it exactly the same as the other tracks. You first go to the website and get this ACM master article submission templates, which is a single column template. And you can start working on your paper templates exactly in the same way as a late breaking work submission, which is a different track, but it's a poster session. So you can start working for something first and then choose which track to submit. And if you're students, I strongly encourage you to submit in this track, SRC. But again, of course, switch your target to late breaking work afterwards. And in this format, references do not count towards page length. So you can cite as many work as you want. And the other change is it's still uncertain, but the definite thing is that KAI 2021 itself will be a hybrid conference event, meaning that it's a hybrid of physical and virtual conference. Organizing committee is really working hard to provide more inclusive and welcoming experience to both physical attendees and virtual attendees. And we, of course, hope to welcome you in Japan, but you can perhaps join the competition remotely as happened this year. So some of you might have heard of the competition this year, but it's completely held remotely. So we might do the same in the next year. And okay, so there are three main rounds in student research competition. The first round is to submit your work online. And if it's accepted, you go to the conference, either physically or remotely, and present your poster. And if you win that poster track, you're eligible to present your work in a dedicated room. And after that, the winners are announced during the closing plenary session of the KAI. So all the KAI attendees will get to know who is the winner from this student research competition track. And if you're selected as a winner from this SRC in ACM SIG KAI, you're eligible to compete in the grand finals, which is the grand finals from all over the ACM. So there are many students from other conferences, and you will compete against non-HCI students. And if you win that grand finals, you can join the annual ACM Awards banquet and get to know more prestigious researchers. The first round is to submit your work online. I would strongly encourage you to log in early to the system called Precision Conference, which is an online submission form to submit your data, all the data, including paper and posters. And we are planning to open the PCS student research competition track in early September. So please check our news. And once you're selected in the online round, you're eligible to attend the conference and present your poster at the conference. And in this poster session, juries, the professionals in the industry and academia will come and listen to you in front of the poster. So, this photo is just from my own experience in SRC back in 2009, but I think it's pretty similar. You will give your short presentation in front of the poster to the juries, the panels. And they will judge the winners based on not only the research content, but also how the research is presented, meaning that the poster design, even the poster design is also evaluated as part of the competition. Please remind that the one goal of SLC is to sharpen the communication skills of students. And then finally at KAI conference, just like a paper session, student research competition is assigned a dedicated room and time slot, and you're eligible to go into that room and present your work in front of the audiences, just like a paper session. Well, this is me back in 2009, by the way. So actually, interesting thing is that in this competition, Rob Miller, who is the professor at MIT CSAIL, was the chair. The left side, the leftmost one is Rob, and I visited him Boston in the following year. So he has been leading usable programming research group, and it's an interesting coincidence that his research overlaps significantly with my current research interest of in programming experience. So I hope this student research competition is really a good chance for you to get to know this international research community in the HCI research. So as a short summary, why KAI 2021 student research competition matters use. The first thing is that it's actually the only one student research competition among all SIG-KAI affiliated conferences. As you might know, there are many other important ACI conferences like CSCW or DIS or many other things, but KAI is the only one conference that holds student research competition. So if you want to win the SRC and if you're interested in HCI, KAI SRC is the only way to go. So it's really important for you to submit your work to this track. And also, it's really a good chance to interact with experts in the field. We, the chairs, are really working hard to make this track visible to many other Kai attendees. And also, we are working hard to list up the best researchers in the international HCI community who will judge your research. So I would really encourage you to submit to this track and get a chance to get to know many experts in the field, and also get yourself be known to those experts. And actually, at the end, even when SRC doesn't interest you, there are many other opportunities to get involved in this Kai conference. One example is student game competition. So if you're developing games, interesting interactive games, you can submit your work to this track. And if you're a PhD student, and if you were really thinking of submitting a PhD thesis, doctoral consortium is a good opportunity for you to get feedback about your doctoral thesis. And in the last, student volunteer is really a good opportunity to get to know other students from many other countries. Actually, here is this website, /authors/students, which is dedicated to the students. So I would really encourage you to check this particular page designed for students. And there is a message from Kai 2021 student volunteer chairs. So first of all, student volunteers are really volunteers. So the first goal is to help Kai run smoothly with help of these volunteers. But actually, from my own experience, actually, I ran the WISH 2016 as a student volunteer chair. And at that time, what struck me is that it's a good opportunity for students to get to know each other, right? I mean, Kai and also WIST, there are premier conferences in HCI. So there are many students, good students from many other countries, all over the world. So if you join the student volunteer, you will get to know many other students from all over the world. And it starts the, I think it's it could be end up in a lifetime communication with other students. And for this track, important dates are listed here. You will first apply for the student volunteer, and also they will attract, they will, how to say, gather this t-shirt contest. They will choose one t-shirt design from all the submissions. So please be prepared for these kind of important dates also. Finally, this is the Kai 2021 Student Research Competition important dates. The submission deadline is exactly the same as late breaking work deadline. So prepare your work and submit the work by this deadline. And then we will review the work and notify you of the decision, the online round of the decision by February 18th. And then you're required to submit the publication-ready format of the paper by February 25th. So yeah, well, the message is really clear from me. Submit your work to Kai 2021 Student Research Competition. We are really waiting for your excellent submissions. So thanks so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Jun Kato.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, for context, mungkin saya bakal pakai bahasa Indonesia. I will try to explain a little about the HCI Kai to the participant here in the Indonesian, so it will be easier to understand. Jadi HCM mungkin buat teman-teman yang latar belakangnya komputer or IT udah cukup familiar ya dengan HCM, yaitu Association for Computing Machinery. In this association, in the HCM, there are a lot of SIG, there are a lot of SIG or special interest group. For example, algorithm or artificial intelligence, management of data, design, and etc. And then there is this HCM Kai, the special interest group special interest group on computer-human interaction. And apparently, the HCM Kai is the only one group that held student research competition. Okay, perhaps that's all. Now we could go to the last session, the Q&A session. There are already some question in the chat. I will choose them first. Okay, for Miss Sunny Tian. Miss Sunny, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. There are some question, but I will choose two first. The first one is, what is the best method to do research? Is it live dialogue with the user or consumer, or is it to create some form with Google Form, etc., or are there another method that's better? That's the first question.
Yeah, so I think this question and the next question I can kind of answer together. So for especially like right now in the pandemic, I actually conducted 2 full user studies in the past few months, entirely online. So I think if like currently, if it's hard to have human contact or it's not advised to, what I did is I started off, if there are simple questions like interviewing questions, a simple Google form, you can just send that out to anyone. They can use that in any browser, and then you can get a lot of results immediately from your users for interviewing. I don't think there's necessarily a best method unless it's a more specific topic. And you can always, use a Google Meet, or you can use Zoom to interview people live if you want to. So for 2 of my user studies, I set up like a meeting time for different groups of people to talk to, and then we just chatted over video. And then you can like share screen and stuff if you need to. I will say it is a little bit harder. I had to set up some tutorial videos for my products. Yeah, but I hope that answers your question.
I can somehow relate to that problem. There's this experience where a friend of mine held usability testing, where the user have to try their new design on their product, and they have to hold it fully online through Google Meet. I can imagine how it's hard to teach the user how to use both Google Meet to share the screen and etc. So yeah, respect for you. And then we'll move to the second question to Mr. Rishi. Mr. Rishi, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Are there difference between the academic-based competition, such as scientific journal and such, and the industry-based competition, like hackathon or software development competitions? That's it.
I do think so, yes. I mean, while your goals in both of these competitions may be the same, I think one major difference is how you present your work and the kind of timeline that you follow for projects. Because at least my experience, most of the hackathon/industry-based UX competitions have all been a lot shorter in a sense, and a lot more self-contained, where you maybe spend a week or a weekend working on a specific design brief, and the process and checking all the boxes over there is what matters. But in a competition like the Kai SRC, you're kind of being measured against your potential to do research of the kind that matters to the community, which means that you have to focus on articulating your work well, like writing it in the form of a paper, ensuring that you've properly identified past work and are building upon it meaningfully. So yeah, I feel like, at least to me, the first things that come to my mind are how the process and the way in which you present your work are different. So I guess like I'm inclined towards academia. I would like to pursue research more, which is why I've probably participated more in the research side of things. But yeah, like this is what I know of.
Oh, I see. So I guess it's about the target or the motivation, perhaps, where the academic base tends to look for another exploration or research, while the industry will what we call it ROI, return on investment and such. I think this is.
Yeah, you can say that.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Rishi. And then another question, last one for Mr. Gita or Mas Tia. In your presentation, you talk about how to. It's important to reframe your weakness to not make it the main focal point. So, will you provide us with some tips or tricks to frame the weakness or our idea or project have? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, very interesting. Wait, so I try to share my screen.
Sure.
Okay. So this is actually the presentation that I used during KAI 2021. So as we can see that I tried out to test or to compare the product that we create as a team with kitabisa.com. It's actually a same donation platform here, the one of the most popular in Indonesia. And the thing is that actually we are lacking in terms of learnability or how easy our platform is to learn. But as I said that one of the method is to use positive, negative, positive sandwich, which in my presentation, this is the flow that I use. First, I said that, okay, the usability is actually higher. It's very interesting that we have a higher usability than the established, established platform. Even though that the learnability is lower, I do not emphasize on that. But actually, this can be explained by, I said there is a research based by, there is a research, what is it? Wait. There is a research by Sauro 2011 that actually that for, longer or the established platform, usually they have the higher learnability. So I explain why the value is lower. I give the reason for them to why we have got lower value. But again, one of my strategy is that positive, negative, positive. So I bring out the positive side. I say negative a little bit, then I say something positive, but as an explanation. Or maybe you can just use another trick. So yeah, that's it. Or maybe you can just not say it at all or say it directly. It's okay. You just write it on your presentation. So make sure that even though you have you have weakness in your research, it's okay to say it, because it is better to have a little bit of weakness in your research rather than to have a perfect research, because usually there is no such thing as a perfect research.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
So I guess the formula is plus minus plus is like you have to show off your main advantage, and then you tell them that you still acknowledge your weakness, unless you tell them how did you deal with that weakness to make sure everything is managed. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Gita.
Exactly.
Also, actually, to Mr. Jun Kato, I have a question around the ACM KAI. Is the paper submitted on the last ACM KAI available online for free, or is it not?
Sorry, do you mean the submitted PDFs, the
Yes.
papers? I think it's currently downloadable for free, right? Given the COVID situation.
I think that's.
You can navigate to SMDL.
Yeah.
So I think that was until the 30th of June. So I'm not sure if that's still openly available. But then I think you can just contact the authors, and they're usually happy to send it.
Oh, I see. Oh, thank you so much.
Oh yeah, these days many authors are publishing their work on their own website. So the best idea is to just search for the paper title and look for the not only the papers but also the video materials, because it's usually more understandable.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Jun Kato. Actually, there's another question, and we still got a lot of time. So, there's another one for Miss Sanitya. I'm sorry. On learning HCI, does it mean that we have to know well, or we have to understand much about design? Perhaps in this context, what the question design mean is graphic design.
I think it depends on what you want to do. I think HCI is pretty broad. For example, I know very little about design. I pretty much would say I am very inexperienced in design. My project was very software based. I developed a web application for people to use. So if design is your strength, I think definitely go for it. But there are plenty of other areas that you can look into, and then focus on maybe what you're experienced in. If you want to, you can learn new areas, of course. I think Rishi mentioned that he picked up some coding for his project. If you want to learn more and dive into it, there's a lot of resources.
Okay, I see. Thank you so much. So I think the takeaway is that you don't necessarily have to understand well about graphic design to learn HCI, but you can take yet another path. For example, Miss Sunny probably take the research, and then Mr. Rishi take from the programming course, and Mas Tio from business, I think.
Yes, from business.
Yes, because HCI is a really, really broad topic. You can technically start anywhere and somehow ends up in the HCI field. Okay, I think that's all. Are there another question from the participant? If not, then we could probably end this session. Or
there is another question, I guess.
Oh yeah. Oh, this one. Is that public health can be a topic for HCI? Yes. I'm sorry, Mas Tio. Did you say something?
No, I'm not answering. Maybe other people, Mr. Jun Kato.
Oh.
Well, I personally definitely think that public health can be a topic. But first of all, the good idea is to, again, search for the keyword in ACM Digital Library. So in this case, search for public health in ACMDL, and you will, I think, find several papers in Kai conference about this topic.
I see. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zinkato. And then there's another question for Mr. Rishi. Do you have good learning resource from YouTube to learn HCI or UX by Anon Wet from YouTube? So I think this question could be asked to all of you speakers. Do you guys have a good learning resource, especially from YouTube, to learn HCI or UX? I think Miss Sunny can go first.
I don't know of any specific YouTube links. I'm sure there are plenty that exist. I think personally, like, learning about HCI and like user testing is really good to just try it. Like, find like a guideline. And I have those links for the user interface one goes into steps of user testing. And if you like walk through that and like actually try it, I think it's very, very beneficial for learning it. But I don't know if the others have specific like YouTube.
I do have a particular YouTube channel to recommend you. Hi, I'm Jun. So probably I can just share the screen. So there is this ACM Sid Kai YouTube channel, right? And if you look into the playlist, you will find Kai 2020 video previews, which includes almost all the videos from Kai 2020 published papers. So, you know, you can just navigate through the videos and look for something that interests you, and then you can work on your own project. That's my advice.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Jun. And then perhaps Mr. Rishi or Mas Tio have another recommendation?
Well, just building upon what Mr. Jun spoke about, like I was going to recommend how, I mean, while the conference proceedings are great to watch, I found that it's more accessible to start with the keynotes. So each conference normally has these big keynote speeches by eminent personalities in the field that give a broad idea of what's happening in research and sometimes a review of what's been happening. So maybe just starting off with those would give you a nice flavor for what is happening in that specific field. And then you could dive into the specific paper videos like Professor Kato mentioned. So that is something I wanted to add.
Okay, I see. How about Mas Tio? Do you have any personal recommendation on YouTube channel?
Okay, actually for YouTube channel, it's already mentioned, but I want to add, more on my personal learning material. That is this. Interaction Design Foundation is actually worth it. You know, you have to pay a very little money, but you can learn a lot of things. So if you want to invest at HCI, it's actually cheaper than your cost to go to Starbucks. It's actually very cheap. And for the donation, there is a discount for student. So you can get the half of the price. And if you want to get a discount recommendation, etc., maybe you can contact me. There's a lot of courses, like I take 2 courses right here. And actually you can take unlimited courses around HCI. There's a lot of courses available. It's cheap, you know. There's advanced and there's other courses that are available. So it's not YouTube's resources, but I believe this is way better and this is way more organized, and there's a textbook also. And for other non-YouTube material, maybe you can use Nielsen Normal and group.com. There's a lot of articles in it. Maybe if you search something in Nielsen Norman, there is a lot of article that is interesting. And for example, a lot of topics or terms discussed in HCI, you can learn in Nielsen Norman. It's for free.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Mas Tio. Actually, I would also recommend this IDF, the Interaction Design Foundation, because it's somehow helping me survive in this era of uncertainty. Okay, I sent a chat in this Google Meet room to give the takeaway of what's recommended. Perhaps the participant could copy and paste it somewhere to save it. Okay, I guess that's all. It's already pretty late. If I recall correctly, it's probably 11 p.m. in Japan, right, Mr. Jun? It's really late there. So thank you so much for all the speakers for giving us such great stories. And thank you so much for the participant. Thank you so much for the committee. Thank you so much, everyone. And therefore, I close this webinar. Goodbye. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. For Mr. Rishi, Mas Tio, Miss Sunny, and Mr. Jun Kato, please, we shall go back to the backstage room. We have something to talk there from the committee. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you, everyone. See you.
See you.